done wrong. Bam, 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 bam. Let's get some of this sorted. Give me a mic test, Mr. Sean. Try it again.
Oh God, no. Hello.
There you go. Right, you're coming through the wrong music channel, but it works on OBS. So, but yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to our episode 3 of Monster of the Week. We are back in 80s Alaska with our team of hunters who are trying to track down what we were just sort of going over then. It's like a sleep monster, I suppose, the best way of describing it. But a lot happened last stream, so we'll have a little recap now. Scott, you were sort of opening us up there, saying how you and Agent P were off at her house. Can you sort of recap what happened previously?
Indeed. So I believe Agent P got a call from Nikki, her partner, and was panicking, saying there was something in the flat. So we raced over there and had a little bit of an altercation. We spotted it in the bathroom mirror, I believe, but that got shattered in the process of all of the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
My faithful hockey stick is now damaged, but I don't know how badly yet. And I mean that was the main takeaway for me. That was very traumatic. But we managed to it made its way to escape through the front door. That door closed, and as soon as we opened it up again, there was no trace. So I've got a theory about that, but
well, I think the way we're going to play it is because your hockey stick was damaged, we'll give it a tag. So this is going to be one of our introductions to how tags work. So like when you have a weapon, so for instance, like a pistol could have the tag of fast if it was like an automatic like pistol. Yeah. Or if it was like a revolver, it could be like a slow reload. That's sort of like a tag associated with it. Because your hockey stick's taken damage, we'll give it a tag of malfunction. So that basically just means that it's going to be like a bit more brittle, so that it's more prone to like failing if you were to take like a really mega hit, like big swing with it. So that you can repair and change these tags, but they do take a lot, kind of like thematically, to process and do. But so you are sort of aware of that mechanic, and yeah, sweet. And then Agent P, like I say, you had a bit of a dramatic last last session. A lot happened for you, didn't it?
Yeah, Nikki was attacked and she was laying on the floor. I don't really remember much else. I think I chose to save her rather than attack the creature.
Yeah. Oh my god, the creature's coming! Ah!
I can't remember what was happening.
So you were tracking down this monster, which seemed to be appearing through flashes of purple light from doors. Yeah? And well, when you and Brick were in the kind of in the house of Hank Trillo, you sort of discovered that only Brick could see it whilst he was asleep, effectively, trying to channel the previous dream that Hank had. Now, because of that, it couldn't actually be damaged or interacted with unless you were in this dream state. So then when you moved up to back to your house when it was haunting Nikki, again, it could damage and hurt her in the sort of dream state of reality, but it wasn't able to. You weren't able to see it or damage it. But quite strangely, you could see it in the reflection of the mirror. So that was sort of one clue that you worked out as to how to find and see these monsters. Sweet. And then there's a whole lot more stuff going on with the agency. Like being inducted into the agency more you have your own office now. You have your own coffee machine, fax machine as well, which is quite up and coming for the agency in the 80s. But also the fact that Agent Q seemed to be trying to spy on you through the bug that Mac found, who quite smartly recognised it was there, but also was able to hopefully cover up the fact that it had been found. So, Mac, what happened to you last session?
So much.
So much.
Sorry, I was saying. God, the bug. My head just gone blank. Obviously at the end we're running up to Mum's room with the sheriff and giving my gun to Brick to shoot something if need be. And it basically ended quite badly. I was I don't know what I did. I think I'd like kick the door open and try to saw something attacking my mum.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I attacked it. I think I was pointing at it and told Brick to shoot, and he dropped the gun because the sheriff was pointing his gun at him. Then the gun went off, or something went off, and then the bullet went through the room where the sheriff's son is.
Yeah. Into what's the son's name again? I forgot it written down here.
People, whatever it's called.
Bradley McAllister.
Bradley.
Yeah. So and then there was a bit of an altercation between yourself and between Brick and Brett, who's the sheriff, who is currently dating Mac's mum. I'd say probably more than dating at this point, but more to come on that. So yeah, Brick. A lot happened for you last session as well. We've sort of spoke about your dream state, but we really started to explore your kind of spooky powers that you have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in the dream state, and like basically bringing back memories from like my past.
Mm-hmm.
I accidentally burnt the house down and like killed my parents.
Yeah.
There was like fire everywhere and stuff before I managed to get out the dream.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the incident with Brett McAllister in Mum's bedroom.
So I think where we're going to jump in is going to be 3 days after the events of the previous stream. So we're going to fast forward just a little bit. And we're going to start it it's a Sunday morning. I believe I said it was Thursday or Friday previously. So yeah, we're going to start it on a Sunday morning. And we're going to start at Mac Mickelson's house. Because I kind of want to know, off the back of that, how's the vibe in the house been? Has Brick been allowed in the house since previous sessions? Is there now an uneasy sort of tension between you and Brett? Like, how are things kind of evolved in the Mickelson house?
I would say the conversation about afterwards, where I said I need to talk to you about, I was trying to get my mum and Brett out of the room because of the monsters in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brett was like, yeah, we need to talk. And I was like, oh God. So I think we've had a talk about probably my attitude towards him. And it was like probably would have ended up in an argument saying you're not my father, and you're blah 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 blah. So it probably was it's been a bit quiet since that. Maybe.
Yeah. So I'm going to say probably after that argument that maybe Brick's maybe Brett's been back at his own house with his son. Maybe his son, I'm going to say, after getting shot at in the middle of the night, probably doesn't want to go in the house anymore. And it's caused this uneasy sort of tension between you and your mum. Yeah, so what about Brick? Because Brick's living in the shed in your garden, and he was the one who took the shot. Like, what have you been doing, Brick? Have you trying to keep out the house? Have you been in the house, or what's been going on?
Yeah, just keep at the house. Live in the shed now.
And how are things between you and Mac?
They're okay. He understands what's happened.
Yeah.
I was there trying to save his mum, not injure anyone.
Seems fair.
I think I would have been trying to sneak you food, like
Yeah.
going across the garden, like leaving you food outside your shed, and
Yeah.
occasionally I would offer you to come over and like play a game or something if anyone was out the house. You know what I mean? You know, like,
Yeah.
sneaky friendship.
I like the imagery of that. That's cool. And my final question to both of you is, how have you both been sort of sleeping since that incident? Because Scott did have the good idea previously. We established that he worked in a corner store, and he raided the medical cabinet for all of the sort of like... I believe you took sleeping tablets, but you did also take like the 80s equivalent of Pro Plus and shit tons of Gatorade. So we'll circle back round to that in a minute, but like... How have you two, Brick and Mac, been managing your sleep, and have you been sleeping uneasy? Like, you tell me.
It's been pretty bad. Not wanting to go to sleep. With flashbacks.
You've been dreaming the same dream about the fire in the room. Have you seen the creature since then?
No.
Okay. What about you, Mac?
I think I've been trying to stay up most nights. But eventually, having these little power naps when you just fall asleep for like 2 hours and you wake up and like it's 2 hours later. So probably he's a bit on edge. He's kind of that person that haven't had a sleep for the last 3 days, like a good night's sleep. So,
Okay.
Like tired and worn out.
Cool. Let's jump over to Scott then. So Scott, it's been 3 days since the previous session, and we left you an Agent P at Agent P's house, and it was probably a bit of a revelation for you that she had a partner, Nikki, and had this house. It was sort of a bit out of town, off the beaten track. So, what have you been doing? My first question is, what have you been doing for the past 3 days?
I have definitely been keeping a lookout for the individual that I saw that I had met in the store, the one that had been dressed up in the Civil War costume.
So remind us about him. I'm glad that you brought it up.
So Scott first sort of was introduced to this gentleman when he was working and trying to wrap up and close up the store on that fateful evening. He had asked about anywhere that was good to eat at, and I think I recommended the bread and breakfast.
Yeah.
And I mean, Scott had no reason for suspicion until there had been that light, I believe, that I had seen on the opposite side of the road, down an alley behind the donut shop, and so taking a little bit of a sneaky journey down there, I heard a bit of a snippet of the conversation. It was that gentleman and somebody else as well, and it sounded pretty sinister. And then before I had actually got my eyes on them, there had been another flash of light and they had disappeared. And then that kicked off the whole thing with me needing to sort of drive Penny over to her house, and all of that thing started to kick off. So we didn't really have much of a chance to digest that kind of thing. So I think that's pretty high on his sort of priorities, and it's very sort of fixed in his mind of trying to work out, is that guy still around? Did he go to the bread and breakfast? And yeah, I am aware also I busted that medicine cabinet.
You did. So I'm going to say that today will be your first shift. back on since that. So we established previously that your boss had gone out on a hunting trip. No, a fishing trip. That was it.
Yeah.
So how has he taken this since you come back? So you go in the store. I'm trying to remember the name of the store.
Oh, I forgot. It's like the general store, isn't it?
Yeah. I think we actually said Daryl run it. I cannot remember.
Yeah.
But I didn't make a note of it, so I don't even think we gave your boss a. I don't even think we gave your boss a name.
I don't
So-
think we did. I don't have a note for a name, but
No. So yeah, we'll say Daryl owns it, and Daryl's come back, and you've gone through the door on a Sunday morning, and you do know that roughly around about lunchtime today, you're going to go. You've arranged to meet up at Mac's basement to discuss how you're going to take this forward and make a plan between all of you. But we'll play the scene out quickly first. So you live above this shop as well.
I do indeed. He's
yeah.
my employer and my landlord, so
Yeah.
he has my balls in a vice, basically.
Just a little bit. So yeah, you do you hear ding as you open the store, and Daryl's round behind. You can see that there's been a sort of a hasty repair done to the medicine cabinet, but the sort of glass front that's over it, there's nothing now in there. And he sort of says to you, he's like, "Oh, morning, Scott. How you doing? Early again?"
Yeah. Well, how come that's empty? I feel like I need to explain something about what happened when you were away on your trip.
I was hoping I'd catch you over this. I come back and the cabinet was busted open, but the door was locked. Was there did the kids break in again, or what's happened?
No, that was me. I'm
Oh.
gonna, like,
And like
but I had some like really stressed out customers who were demanding stuff that was inside the cabinet, and I didn't have the key, so I busted it open, and then, the customer's always right. So, look, I will do overtime for free to make up for it.
we don't need to go down that road, but so what I want you to do is roll a manipulate someone here to kind of see how believable this story is.
Okay.
Yeah. So mixed success. So I think what he's going to say is he's going to say, "Listen, you're a good kid. I appreciate you trying to fix the customer. The business has been slow recently, and we need all the customers we can keep. I'll tell you what. I've got a delivery coming in tonight. It's late, but it should be landing over at Cooper, but around about 7. So they'll be here about 9. If you could just close up tonight for me, we'll forget this whole thing happened.
Okay. Yeah.
So take the delivery, close up, and I've opened up this morning. So I'm just gonna go do some business now, and then I'll take back over at lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay. So delivery at 9.
Delivery at 9. Don't miss it.
Okay.
Really need those supplies. Mrs. Appleton has been waiting for that can of beans. Remember for ages. She keeps coming in here about that. Okay, cool. So so you're now committed to sort of closing this shop up later. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So Agent P, you are the last we left you. You had Nikki cradled in your arms, screaming as she was clawing out as this monster was above her in the shower, and it snuck out the room and then disappeared into the doorway in a flash of purple light. What have you and Nikki been doing since then? Because I imagine that you've probably had the busiest of the 3 days.
Well, yeah, because I'm already in trouble because I didn't make it back for dinner, did I?
You didn't make it back for dinner, no.
And I haven't read her novel. So I've probably been having dinner with her, reading her novel, and then trying to like take things back to the office. And because Nikki doesn't really know about my work, trying to be like, oh, you're just, maybe you just need some rest.
So again, I've not yet perfected my New York accent. Not that I'm good at any accent, so I'm not going to even attempt one. But Nikki, yeah. So I will say this is the third morning since the incident, and how's well, I'm going to just call it. Nikki just hasn't been sleeping. It's very broken. She's been up now she probably got 2 or 3 hours last night from pure exhaustion, but. For the first 2 nights, she just didn't sleep at all. How about you, Agent P? Like, what have you been doing in terms of sleep, or have you been working overtime? Like, how have you processed this?
Mostly working through it. So she wouldn't want to sleep in case it came back. So it would be like constantly like trying to stay awake to like prepare herself and gather research. And she'd want to go and get some mirrors as well, like some handheld mirrors, because of the mirror thing. So she's probably just been trying to maintain her home life and then all her work stuff and barely sleeping.
Okay, cool. So each of you add like well, actually no, I suppose you haven't seen the other guys since, so add a couple of like handheld mirrors to your inventory. So you've got a few of them now, we'll say. And we'll open up and you're having breakfast with Nikki in the morning and you're reading her novel. And the things you've been reading in this novel, what she usually writes about, it's usually kids' books that she writes about, with like nice, but she's gone in a very different direction, this book, and it seems to be a mix of a murder mystery, but also the supernatural as well. And she's been writing a lot about a monster that can find out your biggest fear, effectively, this thing can, and then use it against you. So this is what she's been writing about, and she's been working on this book now since you've been here in Cooper Landing. And I don't think we've established how long you've been in Cooper yet, but we're going to say it's probably going to have been posted in here from New Mexico, so like coming up to 6 months now. And she wasn't very happy about the change and stuff like that we established previously. But this is a very different book. She never describes the creature in the book or anything like that. But yeah. So we'll open that up. She's sat there, she's drinking some orange juice, and she's sort of just like pushing some crispy bacon around the... Well, actually, I don't know. She might be a vegetarian. I don't want to make that choice for Nikki. That's up to you. But she's just pushing some food around her plate.
She's eating the crispy bacon.
She's eating the crispy bacon.
We're really unhealthy.
Good.
And Agent P is just going to say, Nikki, what is this creature that you're writing about? It's really dark. What gave you the idea?
She sort of, she like doesn't make eye contact. She just sort of pushing her food around her plate still, and she's like, I don't know. It's ever since we got to Cooper, I've just been. This place gives me the creeps. I just felt like writing something different. My publisher liked the first draft, so I've carried on.
Seems a bit, I don't know, unrealistic.
My imagination does run away with me. I figured that's why I've been having these nightmares recently, maybe. But like the pressure of having them to move, Hammy, and having to, I need to hit it big with this book, or my publisher's going to drop me. And and she just starts, like, you can see tears welling up in her eyes again.
It's good. It's really good, but
like it. Really like it?
I really like it.
Well, I think I'm ready to start on it again. I think I need a break for longer. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, what these nightmares? How long has that been going on?
Oh, only the past 3, 4. I didn't want to stress you out with work, but the other night I hadn't slept for a few days, and it all got a bit too real. And I'm really sorry again. I didn't mean to bring you back from work, and like I am really sorry, pal. And you could tell that she's very. She's being very withdrawn for what Nikki usually is. She's usually quite a larger than life happy person, and she's on a turbo low right now, like not good.
Maybe we should move again.
But I said you need to be here for your career. You said this is what you need.
Yeah, we could just move house. Maybe it's the house. Maybe the house isn't right.
Where do you want to go? Into town? Do you want to try further down by the lake?
If wherever you would, maybe you can look for. You can like pick a house for us.
I'll have a think about it today and discuss it at dinner tonight. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, I will try and be here. I have to go to the office, but
Well, you have to stay late. But this place creeps me out at night. Yeah. And she sort of leans over and says, puts her hand on your hand and says, just thanks for being there.
yeah, you're welcome.
Cool. So we'll fast forward that to you guys are all now outside the Mickelson house. Mac, you are down in your basement. Brick, you're in your shed, as always. And there's a light rain come over Cooper as well at this point. And you've agreed to meet here at midday in order to sort of put your brains together and come up with exactly what this monster is and how to move forward and tackle this situation to stop it terrorizing the residents of Cooper. So, sweet. I'm going to hand it over to you guys now fully. We've done our catch up, I feel like. And cool.
Okay, well, I'll just sort of pull up on the side. Got my sort of leather jacket on.
Mm-hmm.
Hair's looking good. It's all right.
As always, that's a Scott Henderson
It's a standard. And I suppose I'll go around like the side because there's a basement door, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
I don't want to bother Mrs. Nicholson, so I'll go around the side and give the door a little knock.
I'll go unlock the 9 locks that I've added to the door. Each one is a different kind of lock. So there's like the latch, and then there's one that's got a lock on it, one that's got a padlock on it. And then it takes a little bit of time, and then I'll slide the little slide and see it's Scott, and then slide it back, and then open it. Stupid word. So I should have done that bit first.
It's a new system. You're getting used to it.
And I'll like look around as I open the door and get him to come in. And close it again, and as he comes in, start the process of locking.
Agency is gonna knock on the door.
I was going to say you shouldn't bother with that.
And I'll open it this time properly and like, okay. And then lock all of them again. It's like, and then I'll let her in and I'll walk over to the shed and
Where's Brick?
knock on bricks. I'll be like, they're here. And then turn around and walk back. Mac is in vest and boxers again, with a bucket cap on, bucket hat on, really black, really dark eyes and full like beard. Hasn't shaved. Not a full beard, kind of like mine, like a bit useless. But yeah, that kind of thing.
Right. You're looking healthy.
Thank you.
I've got mirrors for everybody. I'll just hand out pocket mirrors, handheld mirrors.
Is this a
Oh, so Scott realized that you could see the sleep monster in the mirror.
Yeah. There's some weird shit going on, and it's been quiet for a few days. I've been looking for this guy that I think is linked to this whole thing. He was showing up in like Civil War uniform. I served him in the store, and then there was that weird. Have you guys seen that weird pulsing light?
Well, I can't remember if I've seen it, but it was in the report of Hank Trillo.
Right, exactly. So that light always happens when they're transporting themselves, I think. So, and when it escaped your house after it attacked you and me and just you and me, then you know I opened that door and it was gone. And I think even though it's like a physical doorway, I think they use doorways as portals.
hence the locks?
Where are they going?
No idea, but I think if we can find this guy in the Civil War uniform, that might give us a good direction on where to look next.
So was he? Wait, the Civil War guy, was he? How was he connected?
Because I heard him talking around the back of the donut store before there was a flash bubble, and I recommended, like, he asked me for recommendations on where to eat. And so I said the bread and breakfast, because obviously, they do good shit. But I don't think he was looking for, sausages or waffles. I think he was looking for people or something like that.
They don't seem to be feeding off people because one of them was eating some or floating or doing something over my mum that night. And it was kind of like,
Elaborate.
yeah, like, so when you guys ditched us and we went upstairs, because you guys had something else to do. Obviously, sorry, Pammy, I didn't know it was about Nikki.
I haven't told you.
Oh shit! Didn't you?
I think maybe Scott has mentioned it in passing. Then we'll say,
No,
but
he wasn't.
that's not Scott's news.
Yeah, you guys ditched us for whatever you were doing with that monster, and basically we had one as well, and my mum's in my mum's room. So there's obviously more than one.
Yeah.
And it disappeared after a gunshot went off. So it kind of scared it. And I think the wardrobe door flashed, if I remember correctly. So I think it can come through any door. So that's why I've locked that door a lot. And I've locked that door a lot.
Oh.
And I've gotten rid of all the doors, and you can see around the room that like all the wardrobe doors are off, all the cupboard doors are off, everything that has a door on it, technically a door, is off.
We had that crazy thing back when we were at his house, where this all started.
Yeah.
Where using the wardrobe there as well, and using the cellar door, because when we came outside the house, there was no trail, no nothing. So door frames or what, things like that, they can use them.
They can step through a door and come through another door. It's kind of weird. is it a like when you're in have you ever had that when you're in a dream and you go from one place to another, like all of a sudden?
Hmm.
Like I've had it when I was younger. I had it when I was younger when it was like I was literally just at home in my bedroom, and then the next second I was at school with no trousers on. That kind of thing. But maybe it's like that.
Yeah, I can picture.
Not me with no trousers on. That I've got
that.
Anyway, I should put some on.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
That would be brilliant.
It's been a long 3 days.
So I feel like I don't know much about here. I'm obviously not local, like Agent P isn't. Is there anything like Alaska feels a bit far flung from the Civil War stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty sure there was no battles up here, was there?
What was his uniform? What side was he?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
So I'll jump in and just remind you. So he wasn't wearing a uniform. He was just wearing clothes from that era.
Right, understood. Okay, that changes things. So it wasn't a uniform, just very old-timey stuff.
You're a time traveler.
You know, a ghost.
Did anyone else see him?
Well, we had a conversation, but that could have been with another ghost.
There must be a link between them and the monsters, though, if they're using the same sort of like portals to travel.
Yeah, exactly. There was the flash of purple light, and then he wasn't in the alley anymore.
The notes, the police notes that we had, the notes you had, they were all around the country, right?
Yeah. 23 cases.
I had the pins still up, and then I go into my map, which is on the roof, and there's the pins of where all the things were, and I'd be like, so is it just people going from place to place because they're just like traveling? They're like travelers. They're just trying to see sights and stuff like that, and maybe they're doing this by accident. So they're opening a door, and by opening a door, they're leaving it open for these things to come through. They're like bringing them with them.
Or this guy was
Okay, yeah.
and just happened to
Maybe.
be there when something else was happening.
It just feels a bit
Yeah.
painful.
You don't think he's necessarily in league with these creatures?
I don't know. We could go to the bread and breakfast and see.
1860s, though. 1861, 1865, that's Civil War time. That's a long time ago.
So
120 years.
Agent P, can you roll me a investigate a mystery? For looking at the that wall that Mac has made, along with we'll see if you're investigating a mystery. We'll put it together.
Normal. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
you have a normal one. Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, so what I will say is the reason why I wanted you to make that roll is to see non-objectively what the outcome of this would be. Because so one of the premises for Monster of the Week is the keeper is effectively working with and wants the hunters to succeed. It's very different to D&D in the sense of the keeper is completely non-biased story-wise, character-driven. However, I have to make non-biased choices. So you realise, in looking at that case file and all of the kind of strings, and you remember reading Nikki's book, or first draft of the book anyway, that some of the hauntings and some of the supernatural occurrences that are happening in that book written about there are small themes taken from all of these case files. So one of them could be there was a freaky like sea storm down in California way with a ghost boat there. That was themed in the book. There was another story all the way over from in Florida where there was a giant like kind of spooky alligator kind of thing that was taking kids into the swamps and stuff. There's another story from like 60 years ago, which does strike quite familiar from in we'll say New York, and all of these themes seem to be tied together in this book. Some of them are quite strangely accurate, like the knife used by a killer, described pretty much the exact same way in her book as it is in the case file. So you make that correlation, and the reason why I wanted you to do the roll, because now that might change what develops in the future.
I don't know what it means. So
You don't have to disclose that with everyone else. It's completely up to you.
I've been reading this book, and a lot of these incidents are described in the book that I'm reading.
What book?
Just a book by a new author. It's somebody I know, and yeah, a lot of these incidences are written in the book, and I don't know how they'd know about them.
Are there any incidents set in the future?
Are any
Detailed?
incidents set in the future?
So I will say that you are only, with the 6, probably halfway through her first draft currently.
I haven't finished it.
I think you need to finish it.
I think we all need to read this book. I think
Yeah.
we have to get this book. We come tonight. We read through it. If one of us starts drifting off, we start reading. The other person picks up where we left off, and we just read it until the end. And if it gets any good, chunky details, we make notes about it. It seems like this is a good lead.
This author might write about Cooper Landing. Yeah?
Yeah.
Have they got like a ghost pen or something? Maybe it's like a pen that's like a supernatural ability. Like maybe it's like everything they're writing is becoming true.
Oh, right. So the author's the enemy.
No. Like I'm thinking like it's not the author's problem.
Okay, so we shouldn't kill the author.
No, it's more about it's either the book or like a ritual, or maybe it's something to do with where the book's written.
Or they are being stalked by these things.
Or they're using the author as a conduit,
Like
Yeah.
like a puppet.
Either way, we should go look at the book and see what it says,
I think that's the
and then like go from there. Well, because we can speculate all day, but we won't know until we actually look at the book.
What's the book's title?
Does it have a title?
That's up to you guys. Like if you feel like it's got a title.
It's called Mystery Mystery Murders in Cooper Landing. I don't know.
Yeah, that could be a draft name for
The
it.
Culling of Cooper Landing.
Ooh, that's very cool. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a book that we should definitely read if it's becoming true, because culling is a bad thing.
Hmm.
I'm going to put some trousers on.
She usually writes children's books, so it's quite weird.
Oh, hence the alliteration, like the kicking kangaroo.
We'll go and get it, and I'll bring it to you.
All right. Depending on what we get up to, I've got a thing that I need to do at like 9 o'clock tonight. So, you know,
Is it important?
yeah. My job and my place that I'm staying literally depends on it.
All right.
Sorry.
If anything happens in
I know it's really boring. It's really mundane, but hey, yeah. So if you guys want to do anything, any plans this evening, I can't be a part of it. But that's
Be able to get the book and bring it.
need to drive you over to where the book might be.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then see if we can bring it back here.
We'll see.
Okay.
Just before you go, like this whole idea of time traveling people or people that just like you think should we like look into that? Should I go talk to what's her name? Lucy?
Your girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend. My girlfriend.
Yeah, Lucy might know stuff.
She knows stuff about Cooper. Like more than me. I know a little, but I don't know that much. I just think maybe there might have been stuff that in the Civil War, like stories about things in the Civil War.
From that period of time,
Yeah,
what did Cooper Landon look like?
yeah, and what did it do, and
Mm.
what was its main in and outs, and what, well, you know, all that kind of jazz.
Sounds good. Okay. Let's roll.
So, Scott, you're going to head off with Agent P to get the book.
Yeah.
Mac, you're going to go head to Lucy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Cool. Brick, what are you going to do, dude?
No. I don't even on a third wheel with Mac. I think obviously his girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend.
Oh, God. Okay, so we'll head over to with Mac first. You guys make your way over to Wynn Lodge, which is where Lucy kind of works. It's where all the town's history is kept. And yeah, she's in there. We'll say she's sort of they've put the place back together since your encounter with the crazy bat monster thing, and they seem to have restructured some of the staircase and redone some of the rooms upstairs. And there's a few workmen just coming down. They seem to be finishing up, maybe putting some new frame fittings in or something. But yeah, Lucy's there, and she's in the back, and she looks up. She's like, "Oh, hey, Mac, how you doing?"
Good morning. Or afternoon. Yeah, afternoon, Lucy. Quick, we got. I just thinking about history of Cooper. Like I've been here all my life and all that lot. We didn't find out. We know about a bit about the Civil War and all that jazz. But what happened? What was in Cooper around that time? Like, do you know? Like, it's just. Did we have any big things around in the Civil War, or did we do anything, or were we just as a Cooper people, Cooperians?
She sort of like looks at you, and she's like, "Well, the town was founded in I think it was 1848." And then and then she looks over, she goes to view some records. She sure looks at that. She's like, you know, I don't really think there was much activity up here for that. There's some information way in the back in the book about when the town was first founded, but there's no battles up here, Mac. No.
I'm just wondering, like 48. That's quite close to 61.
There's mostly gold prospectors up here at that sort of time, Mac. You know, Alaska's a bit of a way from where the Civil War was going on, but a lot of people came to Cooper to escape that kind of thing, I guess. After, well, a long time after, but you know, a few of the founding residents come up here to escape and just sort of, I suppose, chill after after all that drama.
Was a lot of drama.
So, yes, there was. I don't know much about this is IRL me now. I don't know much about the American Civil War, so apologies. But yeah, she's like, but she can show you the resources and stuff if you want to look through some of that drama.
Yes.
Is there like a picture, like of a census with pictures of people who used to live here during that time?
Roll a investigate a mystery, and we'll see what information is available.
Hand drawn.
What's that against? Is that sharp, is it?
I believe so. Let's double check.
Yeah, sharp. Let me roll it.
Yep.
9. Mixed success.
The 9 is a mixed success, which I believe by our rule set is you get to ask 2 general questions. So your first general question is?
Is there like a census book of people at that time with like photographs of like, or any like photographs from that time of people who lived in Cooper Landing?
So in terms of a census, there's definitely a record of people who were coming to Cooper at that time, like potential prospectors and things like that. And there's you've probably got about 20 or 30 years worth of names that are listed, and you can tell that the names seem to drop out and die out at the end as less people come into the town as the gold split out. It's going to take you a few hours to shift through that information. In terms of photos from a census, there's no photos that are there. There are a collection of photos which span, all the way from the first founders of Cooper, which you have seen before. I believe, Mac, you've got a couple of them photos from previous, when you were trying to work out Peter Doroshin's origins in the Bat Arc, I guess, is what we'll call that. So you do have a few of those photos, but there's an almanac of like loads of these photos which have been collected by Lucy and grandparents and stuff like that to document the history. And she could definitely get you a few of them if you want to look through them. But again, that's going to take a few hours to go through if you want to do.
Yeah. But I'll say to Mac, I'll be like, I was thinking if this person's from that time and they're from Cooper Landing, maybe if we got some of these photos to Scott, he would be able to identify if he saw any of the people or whichever person it was.
That's a great idea, Breck, for like who that person was trying to intimidate. Like role play in that era. Yeah.
Lucy's sort of just
some of the photos.
I don't think photocopiers. I'm going to say they probably don't have a photocopier in Gwyn Lodge.
Okay.
No. So she can give you the. Actually, I'm going to say on a mixed success, she's probably not going to give you the original photos because some of these are very, very, very old. You can try and convince her, but she's not just going to straight up give you.
Yeah. I'll try and convince her to give us just a few of the ones with more people in.
How? So she just turned around and said, "Well, I'm sorry, I can't just give you these pictures. They're old. They're original. Some of these are, like they're priceless. So
I will use my telepathy manipulation.
How does that work? Oh my Jesus! Okay.
Telepathy. You can also manipulate someone without speaking.
Do you have to roll for it? So I've not looked at your playbook.
Yes, it's
so
on weird.
Okay, so roll your weird and see what the consequence.
15.
Jesus, that's the highest you can roll on the game. So basically, your magic works without issues, and you can choose the effect. So you're trying to convince her here. So as always with your magic, your eyes kind of glaze over. Could you describe for any first-time viewers how your magic works?
Yes, my eyes like turn all black, and I get this like green aura like around my body, and kind of just like freeze a bit while it happens.
Okay. Mac, you see Brick as they're having Lucy and him are having this in-depth conversation about the photos. As it takes her about 15 minutes to compile these, and Brick and Lucy have been having this conversation. And all of a sudden, Brick's voodoo magic look comes over him. So, how do you react to that, Mac? Seeing as she's not your girlfriend, but you are quite close to Lucy, I would say at this point.
I'd probably just be like staring at Brick and be like just like trying to figure out what he's doing, because obviously this voodoo magic bullshit can be anything. He could be trying to melt her brains. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening, and I'm going to wait and find out, and then if she does something stupid or if anything pain happens, then it's a slap Brick around the face kind of action.
Okay, so her eyes also momentarily glaze over as well as Brick, you're interacting with her, and she sort of snaps out of it as you snap out of it. She says, well, I guess I could give you them for a few hours. Just, Mac, just promise me you'll make sure you take care of these, yeah?
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I've literally got my hand up like this. And I was like, yeah, I'll make sure we look after them. Yeah.
She sort of folds them all into it, and with this one, and she hands you, make sure, remember to wear the gloves, or hands you a pair of gloves with them as well, and hands them over to Mac. She hands a few over to you, Brick, and she says, now, again, please bring these back. Don't lose any of them.
We won't lose any of them. They'll come back in the same state they are now.
Okay, I believe you completely unobjectively. On a 15, she has to. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing. Well, we've already gone over maps and things. I've got maps to like 1940s. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you for that coffee that we had set up for next week.
Yeah. Was it tomorrow morning? Bread and breakfast, right?
Yeah. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow morning already?
Yeah, it's next week tomorrow.
What day is
Mac?
it? What day is
Sunday. Oh, Mac. And she sort of just she gives you like a playful punch on the arm, I guess. But she's obviously being a bit trying to be flirty, but also trying to play it cool a little bit with Brick here, because I suppose you two haven't interacted around other people much yet. So,
No, introverts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, like, yeah. Let's call it a late breakfast tomorrow.
So 11, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And she sort of turns around. She starts like shifting back through and try and tidy up some of the documents that you guys haven't taken yet. Cool. Is there anywhere else in town that you want to go to, or what would your next steps be, Rick and Mac?
I think maybe whilst we're biking through, because we don't have a car between us,
Oh, yeah.
biking through Cooper, I think maybe if we have a look at those pictures and see if we can the backgrounds of the pictures and see what the oldest parts of town are.
Oh, very cool, dude. Yeah, very, very cool. I would say roll me a investigate a mystery. So what are you trying to achieve here? You're trying to determine the locations that could potentially be old-timey to new-timey, yeah?
Yeah, my investigating mystery is special. No, let's manipulate someone. Investigate a mystery. Bush. That roll. Sharp. Forward. Fail.
Okay, so there are a few obvious ones. There is Gwyn Lodge. There is the like a couple down by the lake that you do notice. But you actually spend way more time on this than you originally intend to. A lot of these are photos taken more up by the mining area of town and further off into the hills. I'm going to say that you and Brick actually get turned around quite a bit, and you notice like time gets away from you, and you notice that the sun's starting to actually go down, which is what prompts you to make your way back home. And upon making your way back home, you actually realise we're going to go with 8 p.m. at night. So it is quite late now.
Oh no. We were only meant to have these pictures for a couple of hours.
Well,
Lucy will be fine with it. I'll give it back. I'll give them back to her tomorrow.
guess we'll hand them back tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll see. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll freeze you guys there. Agent P and Scott, you've made your way to... Well, the book is kept at Agent P's house. So what do you guys want to do? Want to go to the house with Scott? Like, how would you play that?
Yeah, because Scott was there last time, so he's been there now. So yeah, I'll take Scott there. And on the way, I'll just say, thanks for covering for me with,
I mean,
Brick. I'm not the biggest sharer of my private life, just to protect it, because Nikki doesn't know about what I do.
I mean, until that night a few days ago, I didn't even think you had a private life. No offense. So it was pretty cool to find that out. It's okay, and yeah, it's like it's your stuff to tell. If you trust the other two, that's cool. But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. It's you're like the super secret agent. I get telling more people about, oh, I've got a loved one. That's not the smartest thing to do.
Clearly guilty as well, because she said, I was reading her book and it had all this stuff about this creature and the nightmares, and it's been going on for months apparently. And I feel like
God.
I'm going to think she's going insane.
Well, that's not good.
No.
Okay, we need to do something about this. She's sleeping well or not?
No, and she hates it here. Sorry, I'm really unloading on you. I apologize. Let's maintain a professional relationship.
Sure, if that's what you want.
Just as you finish that conversation, you pull up to the house. Yeah.
Cool. Okie dokie, well, I'll follow your lead. It's your house.
My way inside and see if I'm assuming Nikki's going to be there.
Well, you actually make your way into the house. You find a note on the kitchen table that just says, "Gone out for a walk. Maybe try and find that new house. ... Be back later."
And I'll go to where she does her writing. I guess she's got a desk, and see if I can find the book.
She does. It's upstairs. We'll say there's like a little drawing room which overlooks... You said that you sort of were on the outskirts of town. Does your house overwatch like a lake or anything, or...?
Big road, and there's nothing on it. It's really grim.
Nice. Well, that grim view is all she sees from her writing room. Very inspiring. Yeah, there's sort of like a room which it has the nicest view, if there would be one. And yeah, that's where you find all of her sort of manuscripts and stuff like that.
And I'll see if I can find the book and take it away with me, I guess.
Okay. Scott, is Scott coming upstairs with you, or is he staying downstairs? What's...
I mean, I'll follow if Agent P is cool with it.
Yeah.
And if so, when in the writing room, I want to see, like, while Agent P is looking for the manuscript, I want to see if there's anything like that she's currently writing.
Well, my question to you, Agent P, is we've already sort of established that privacy and secrecy is something that you're, that's your bag. That's what you're about, right? But do you go into Nikki's writing room very much, or is that like kind of her sort of private area and stuff? Have you been in there much recently or not?
I'm allowed in, but in general, it's kind of like her little space to write and do what she wants with. So I probably haven't been in a lot.
Okay, so upon opening this door, then we will say that the room, since you last saw it, seems to be in a state of madness. There are like when you first Nikki's quite an outgoing, flamboyant person, but she's usually quite organised, and it's, this isn't reflective of her usual creative process. There's papers strewn all across the floor. Like a lot of the chairs and stuff have been pushed out of the way to try and like push a lot of these papers together in like a storyboard. Like the windows have been like left open slightly, and there's some like damp and like rain that's started to seep in through the window itself and trickle down the wall. And just in general, this is just very strange compared to a normal creative process. But yeah, you make your way in over to the main writing desk, and there is there is the copy of the manuscript that she brings down to you most mornings and evenings for you to read. It seems like it's exactly how you left it. There's been no additions.
Yeah, I'll grab that and then I'll just start. Yeah, I think what Scott said, go around and have a look at.
Especially if it looks manic, and yeah.
Roll me a investigate a mystery. I'd say Scott, and we'll see what you get. You might need a help out from AP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 11.
Very nice. So on a complete success, you can ask 3 general questions. So yeah, what are you trying to find in this room?
So, is there any like depictions of the monster that we fought a few days ago?
That is very interesting. So currently, only you, Brick, and Agent P have seen the monster. Actually, Scott, did you see it in the reflection? I don't believe
I did briefly, because that's why I swung at it.
Okay. So you do find a section of the papers on the floor, which, as you sort of move them out of the way, these are like children's storybook animals, which seem to be like small little illustrations, like of ideas, like very similar to like I'd say like Winnie the Pooh or something, like that sort of art style. But you can see as you're shifting through these images become like more mutated in nature and darker, and you do recognise one of the images to be a very short version of what looks like some sort of faceless humanoid creature. It does actually have the same strange kind of like talon-like fingers on it as well, but it's only a very small illustration in the corner of one sheet of paper.
Does she name this?
It's not named, it's just mixed in with a load of other illustrations.
Okay.
So I'd say that's one of your questions.
Cool. Okay.
These are joint between both of you, by the way, so if you want to collaboratively, both in the scene.
If you had a question. No? Okay. I suppose I want to see, like, does she have a typewriter? Is that what she uses to write?
That's up to you guys. Is there a typewriter in the room? Is that how she writes, Agent P?
I think she's like a typewriter and handwritten kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so if that's the case, I want to go over to like the typewriter or the main, where she would normally sit.
Yeah.
I want to see what has been the last thing that she has written.
So there is a sheet of paper half written in there that you take out of the typewriter and you begin to read. It describes a house, a lone house in the middle of at the end of a long kind of like cul-de-sac, which is surrounded by wrought iron gates. And upon it's a short tale about a young boy investigator who is quite new in town that goes and investigates this house because he realizes that his favorite customer hasn't been coming to his store recently. Upon entering the house, it seems to be in complete disrepair, as if nobody's lived in it for years and years. The smell of damp and mold permeates through his nostrils, and as he makes his way upstairs, he actually finds the body of the customer that usually frequents his store. And then the book ends. Well, not the book. Sorry, the short story ends with him hearing a whisper behind him, slam of the door, and then nothing else. It seems as though this short story was not finished.
Bean.
Okay, Scott's freaking out. Like,
What's wrong?
does and like I'll show that to Agent P.
So there are definitely some parallels here
I'm
with
not.
Mr. Trillo's house.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask, like, the description of the house. That sounds like Mr. Trillo's.
Oh.
Okay. But we had already been in there, hadn't we? I think I need to go there alone.
But this has already happened.
Has it?
Didn't we go to Mr. Churro's house?
Oh.
And as a short reminder, Mr. Trillo's house was blown up in a gas explosion.
Oh, yes. It was.
slash
Oh,
grenade.
yeah.
That was the first thing. we
So
did.
this has happened. Yeah.
So if she's written about that, perhaps she'll write what happens next.
There we go. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah. I'm just overthinking it now. Shall we just leave her to write and see what things? Because that's very recent.
I'm concerned that it's in her, or
Do you think because she's written it, it's happened?
God.
You know, Agent P, that she hasn't done any writing for the past 3 days, and the events of, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the events with Mr. Trillo happened the day previously to her kind of, having her. So, through reasonable deduction, you would say that was probably written the day of or day after that event occurred.
I think Nikki's more involved in this than perhaps we would like her to be.
There are options. I could bring her in, stick her in my office, or we could just leave her to it. I can stay here. We can also need to read this. I think maybe Mac might be the best at deciphering, or maybe Brick could use some mind powers on it. I don't know if they work on objects, but
It's worth a go. We can only ask him.
Brick could use his mind powers on me.
Maybe we should bring her in then.
Yeah.
That's up to you, because
I could bring her.
it's not my girlfriend.
I could bring her to Mac's house.
Okay.
Actually, maybe my office will freak her out less.
Yeah. I mean, well, I mean, look at this place. Look at this room compared to Mac's place. They both have their own
This
flavor of manic.
is not what she usually. It's not how this room usually looks.
Usually tidy.
Yeah. Weird.
This stuff didn't start happening here, like, until you and her moved here. I'm assuming she moved at the same time you did.
Yep.
Has something followed her here? Just freak out next. Oh, sorry.
The company I work for, everything seems to lead back to them. I don't know. Shall we take this to Mac and Brick and see?
Yeah, let's start with the manuscript.
And you need to get to work.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to say it's probably pushing on a bit, because we previously established it was about a 30-minute odd ride out to Agent P's house.
Yeah.
You've been here for a while, and with the trip back,
Did I have time to drop Agent P at Mac's house?
I'm going to say that you guys do get back to Mac's house kind of like mid-afternoon, actually late afternoon, so maybe about 5ish. But Mac doesn't answer his door; seems to be out. And unless there's anything else in town that you guys wanted to go check out, is there anything you wanted to do in that time?
While we're like just sat in the car, can I just ask to have the manuscript?
Yeah.
I just want to like just sit in the car for about 10 minutes and read like the last few pages.
Okay, cool. So you do like this thing's chonky. We're talking like Order of the Phoenix chonky. Okay, it's a thick boy. Okay, and you thumb through a few different stories, but yeah, you do decide to go to the last story. And the last story is a tale about two middle-aged people who find themselves both recently divorced because of an affair that they were having. And they decide to become open about this. However, the son doesn't take it very well. And he ends up going upstairs and shooting the male in this couple in the middle of the night. And then going on the run. And that's how that short story. But it does have some parallels to the incident Rick and Mac that happened the other.
And I'll just sort of summarize that and just say, sound familiar?
What is going on?
That sounds like an alternate history of how it would have looked if it had been covered up. Do you get what I mean? Your guys cover stuff up all the time. They're gonna invent stories like this, or a gas leak. You know. And this is the last thing. I think Nikki is not writing stuff and then it happens. I think she's seeing stuff happen because they are letting her see it and she is then writing it up.
Maybe I need to talk to her.
I think that idea of seeing if Mac can get into her mind a little bit is a
Right.
really good idea.
Brick.
Brick. Yeah.
Mac probably get into her mind as well. But
In a very different way. Probably in a worse way.
more disturbing.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll go and look for her then and see if I can.
What I can do, like just logistically, if I drop Agent P off where her van is, so then she can just do her thing, and then I'll leave the manuscript with you.
Hmm.
And then, like, what time are we sort of looking at? Like, still late afternoon?
Yeah, we'll go probably around about. Well, since you've been waiting for these guys for an hour or two now to come back, we'll say it's probably about coming up to 8 in the evening.
Okay,
So you know you have
Yeah.
work in an hour.
I do. Within that last little hour, like, in on the main like town street where the rattlesnakes hang around,
Yep.
are they about? Is Brett's son there?
I believe it was Bradley McAllister. Let me
Yeah,
just double
Bradley.
check. Yeah, Bradley McAllister. Yeah. Okay. We'll say they are. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, sure. They're outside the donut shop opposite your store. So
Okay. Oh, that's
just-
convenient.
just to establish timelines and locations here. So Agent P, where it's a Scott, you're heading off to your work via the main street. You say, yeah?
Yeah.
And it will say it's 8 p.m. in the evening. I did say Mac and Brick arrive home at 8 p.m. So you guys are arriving back to your houses at 8 p.m. Agent P, where are you? I just want to clarify. Are you waiting for Mac or are you going to find Nikki? How are you playing this one?
Go and find Nikki. She said she was going to look for a house. So, did she say where she was going to look? It just said I might just look for a house.
Yeah, it seems like some sort of throwaway comment, like a, yeah.
I'll just try and do a loop around like the town centre then, and see if I can just spot her.
Okay. Cool. Right, we'll start with Scott first. So, Scott. Seed is yours, my dude. What,
So yeah, I'll sort of go up visit Bradley, and sort of go up to him and just want to see like how he's doing.
as you do, he sort of he holds out like a fist bump, and you do your secret handshake, and he's like, "Yo, Scott, man, how you doing, bro?" It's sort of like, yeah.
There you go. Like, do that, reciprocate it with ease, and be like, "So, how you been?"
He's in front of, I'd say, there's probably 4 other rattlesnakes there, yeah, and he's sort of like, just been getting shot at, stuff like that. But I'm cool, man. No worries. He's sort of like, he's like, how you been, bro?
Yeah. I mean, sketchy stuff going on, but I'm all right.
Been hanging around with that Mac guy.
A little bit.
Yeah, well, you tell him if I see him, if he tries to catch me in my sleep again, him or that freaky Brick dude, I'm gonna get him. Me and my boys are gonna get him.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why they did that, but yeah, I'll have a word with them and give them the warning. Okay.
Yeah, just tell him to stay out of rattlesnake turf.
Okay. I mean, all of Cooper Landing is rattlesnake turf.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm saying it's time for Mac and Brick to move along. Dude. You're still cool with me, Scott, right?
That sounds like a threat.
Well, comes near me and my dad again. I have to take things to our own hands, won't we, boys? sort of looks around and they're sort of all nodding, and you see one of them's got like a flip knife. You know, one of them spring knives?
Yeah.
Got one of them out, yeah. Or just peeling an apple menacingly.
Just like drop it onto the floor. Like, are you actually going to eat that, or are you just? Okay. I think you need to cool it a little bit. These guys are trying to do stuff that is helping Cooper Landing. So if you start to get in their way, you and I are going to have a chat. And remember what happened last time we chatted.
He sort of, he remembers your altercation you had, your bust up. I'm pretty sure you came out the victor. Yeah. But he sort of, he's going to square up to you slightly, but knowing you're his friend, he says, look, Scott, man, I don't want any trouble with you. Fine by me and the rattlesnake. So, what are you trying to do here? Are you trying to manipulate him, or are you trying to intimidate him? I want to sort of establish.
I think I'm trying to do my special move, my trust me move.
Okay, cool.
Where I'm trying to tell them the truth in order to protect them from danger. So that's me saying Brick and Mac are trying to do good around here.
Yep.
To keep people safe. And like just trust me that they are okay.
And do you have to roll for that, or is that
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's a cool move, man. Because these guys are so while Scott rolls that, I'll just explain. There are certain events like a countdown clock which happened in Monster of the Week for anyone who's viewing for the first time, and this is an event which would have happened because things happen in the background. So the fact that Scott's kind of stumbled across it and is using one of his moves to mitigate that, kind of how the game work. But yeah, cool. So what did you roll, Scott?
I am just 10.
10. So what does a 10 get you? 10's a complete success.
On a 10, they'll do what I say, no questions asked.
Okay, so he's going to turn around. He remembers this. He looks over to one of the rattlesnakes, and you can see one of them just sort of gives him a shake of the head. And he sort of says, you know, my friendship with you, Scud, man, is not worth any beef with those guys, but just tell him if he shoots at me again, then I will take things into my own hands. All right, dude?
If they try and shoot at you again, I'll be right beside.
Yeah, it's not worth our friendship, bro. And he sort of gives you another fist bump, and he's like,
"Hey, dude,
fancy a donut, bro?"
Later. I'll catch you later. Okay. I gotta go and do some, shitty work.
Working for the man. I've still got another year. My dad's paying my allowance, so.
Good for you.
Do
another little handshake thing.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that Scott's trying to, because you come from down California way, right?
Mm.
He's trying to, he's established you are the, he seems to be some sort of little fanboy, I would say, of Scott in terms of that. So,
Okay.
you notice he started to pick up a bit more of the Californian kind of like lingo and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This is probably why, because he looks up to you, this is why he's going to trust you on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, dude. I got a dip, so...
Cool, man. Hang 10 and just, yeah. Yeah, cool. He sort of goes back to chilling with the rattlesnakes. Now, is there anything else you want to do here before heading into work?
I don't think so. I think I want to be like... I want to go into work and have a little look around. I don't know. I'm just like, I am a little... Scott's a little bit paranoid and a bit on edge.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's anything he can do in preparation. Maybe get his hockey stick and like put it under the cash counter.
Okay, cool. So
like nearby kind of thing.
So you as you go into the store, you put your hockey stick underneath the counter. How have you mended it? What have you done to mend it?
Oh, I've probably not mended it yet.
Okay, cool.
Well,
yeah.
Actually, if we had 3 days...
You did have 3 days.
Yeah. I'd try and get some kind of repair done to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably like go to the lodge because like those guys are kind of handy, and they'll be like repairing fishing rods and hunting stuff. So I'd ask them if there's anything I could do to repair it.
Yeah, and canonically, you guys have got a good relationship with them, so they help you kind of like, they don't really get why, but and a few of them make a couple of jokes, but they do help you fix it.
Sport.
It does still have the malfunction thing, but because you've had a repair to it, I'll use that more sparingly.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. So you put that down, you see that Daryl's left a note on the counter to you. It's been a very note-heavy session, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So he's left a note saying a bit of rain coming in. Seems like a storm coming in from Stirling. Flight might be slightly delayed. Should be here between 9 and midnight. So cheers again, Scott. So, yeah. And as you say that, you do note, you hear a low rumble of thunder outside. And, some more sheet rain starts to fall a bit heavier. So I suppose you're going to be here waiting for this delivery, unless you want to go do something different. It's up to you. What's Scott want to do?
No, I want to do right by this guy. I'm gonna hang tight.
Hang tight. You're going to hang 10. Cool. Nice. So, Agent P, where are you at right now?
So I'm just driving through the town centre and keeping a lookout for Nikki because she hadn't made it home when we left. So
Okay, just as you see Scott go into his store, you see some of the rattlesnakes outside the donut shop, which I forgot what I called it. I think it was Deborah's Donuts or something.
I think it was. Yeah.
Let me have a look here. Darla's Donuts.
Oh yeah.
Darla's Donuts. You do actually catch a glimpse through the window of Nikki sat inside there, drinking a cup of coffee. Yeah, so you will have found her. I'm not going to make you roll for that. I think it'll be more interesting for you to find her and have this interaction with her.
yeah, I'll park up and I'll go in and I'm gonna take the manuscript with me because I don't want it to get stolen out the car.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you park up. Bradley's like, "Hey, Miss P, how you doing, lady dude?" As you walk past him, you did kind of, second these guys into helping you kill, you didn't? Did you? Yes, you did kill the Krampus.
We killed
So
the Krampus.
on an ice rink. So, no, you see.
Look over her sunglasses at him and give him a nod.
Sort of gives you a little nod, and he's like, I've kept all that stuff real secret about what you said. Me and the boys, we ain't said anything.
Well done. Good work. Keep it up.
Cheers. Yeah, thanks, Agent P, dude. Catch you in a bit.
Catch you in a bit, Bradley, dude. Is that his name? Bradley?
Yep.
Bradley, dude.
Yeah, cool. And as you enter the donut shop, it seems like quite a quiet night. As I say, it's storming outside now. The light has definitely faded from Cooper Landing, and a couple of the street lights are lighting the outside of the store. And as you go in, you do see there's Darla behind the counter in a sort of like pink uniform with the white thing, with like some bushy, bronzy sort of hair. You look over, there's a few booths. There's like an old trucker which seems to have stopped in on the way through. He's sat having a coffee, and we'll say he's got like a dinner. Looks like sausages and stuff. And then there's Nikki. She's sat in the booth by the window, sort of looking out and staring. And she notices you, and she sort of looks at you really quizzically, and she's like, "What you doing here, Pammy?"
I'll sit down at the booth with him. Like, we need to talk.
I think you're right. We do need to talk. I can't go back to that house. I can't stay here anymore, Pammy.
Right.
Did you go back to meet me for dinner? Is that why you were looking at me? I know I said 6, but I just couldn't go back.
No. Come with me. I have somewhere we can go.
You're not going to take me back to the house, right?
Back to the house.
She's going to Roll. I think you are gonna have to do a manipulate someone on this, even though she does trust you.
I'm not charming.
Hmm.
Do it.
That is a failure. So I think the move here is going to be... She notices the manuscript in your hand. And she's going to shift focus of this conversation onto the manuscript. And she's going to say, why have you got my... Have you been showing that to people? You know I don't like you showing people this before I finish it. She goes to... I'm going to say on a failure as well, like she catches you unaware and she does snatch it out of your hands.
We can't really talk about this here. There are some things in that manuscript that we need to have a conversation.
She raises her voice. She's like... This is all you. I was happy. I was writing and this play and just leave me alone, Pammy. Leave me alone. And she goes to step past you to step out the door.
I'm gonna grab her hand. In a nice way.
As you do, this trucker sort of stands up and again, just as a reminder, what does Nikki look like? We already established that she's quite flamboyant and outgoing, but what does she look like? Because if you're about to tell me she's like a fucking stacked wrestler, like...
She's got like curly ginger hair,
Yep.
a bit like wild, and she wears like quite artsy clothes. Like she wears like dungarees and baggy like canvas trousers and like nice sort of linen shirts. Just sort of bohemian.
I
Okay.
imagine now a young Professor Trelawney.
Yeah. And Agent P, again, you look very official in your suits and stuff, right?
Yeah, and she's got like the tightest braid ever. Like,
So I'm gonna say the trucker that was at the back of the store stands up and he's like, "Do we have a problem here, ladies?" As she's raising her voice and sees that you're grabbing her hand.
nothing that concerns you, sir.
That he sort of steps away. He's like, "Is this lady bothering you?" And Nikki's like, "I just want to leave. I just want to go. Let me go, Pammy." And she sort of goes to pull her arm away from you.
I'll let her pull her arm away, but I'll follow her.
Okay, so she storms out into the rain. And you say you want to follow her?
Yeah. Go
Okay.
Nikki.
You do. The rattlesnakes have sort of made their way into this alleyway, but they've heard this altercation. They've sort of popped their head out and they're watching. And she goes to turn right, but realizes they're there, so she looks back down left into the center of town, the way this sort of leads into the main high street, and she starts to storm off that way. And you're shouting Nikki after her, but she isn't stopping.
Do I hear the shouting?
Roll me a... I don't even know what that would be. Do you want to hear it? I suppose, like, again, this is all in your guys' narrative, so...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you do hear Agent P shouting this out from the store. Again, it is quite hard to hear over the sound of the rolling thunder and the rain, but you do notice an altercation coming from outside. No delivery yet, Scott, by the way. Sorry, dude. And you can see through your store window that there is, that Nikki seems to be storming off down the road. Agent P, are you following her, or what are you doing?
I'm going to follow her.
You follow her, and this trucker, he also makes his way out into the outside as well, and he's like, "Ma'am, I think you need to leave that woman alone. She does not want to go with you."
Sir, with all due respect, I'm not going to make her go with me. I'm keeping her safe.
Well, we can handle our own safety up here, I think you'll find. We don't need none of you government official types around here. And he's sort of, he's sort of storming after you as well, as Nikki is like, she breaks into a run,
Oh my God.
I need to know what the equivalent of a perception check is in Monster of the Week because I just don't know how much you're going to perceive here. What is your focus on currently?
Under pressure or something.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's definitely it. So do an act under pressure as you're trying to keep eyes on Nikki storming away. This guy who is basically he's all about civil liberty and stuff. This dude, so he does not like the man putting down, or in this case, the woman digging on people's freedoms. Yeah, and the way he's seen it, this woman was just trying to enjoy a donut. Okay, so that is a complete success. So you're going to do what you wanted to do, and if it's going to take something extra, you're basically going to do it to absolute perfection. But there might be a cost if it's just something slightly extra. So what do you want to do here? As this guy tries to grab you, do you want to stop this guy grabbing you and have an altercation with him, or do you want to follow Nikki?
I want to follow. I want to just kind of shake him off and then follow Nikki and not really think too much about whether he's following me.
Okay, so what I'll say is the rattlesnakes come out from behind the thing, and they're like, you hear, "Don't worry, Agent P, dude. I've got this guy." And this trucker's like, "Did you say agent?" And turns around and look at this kid. And as you do, you break your arm away from him, and you run after Nikki. You get about 100 meters down the high street, and you manage to catch up with her. And just as you're about to catch up with her, she turns around and she says, "Just leave me alone," and throws her manuscript at you. And as it hits you, it breaks into like 100 pages, and as the rain is pouring down, and she says, "Pammy, tomorrow I'm going back to the house now. I'm going to pack up my bags. I'm staying at the bread and breakfast tonight, and I'm going back to New York tomorrow. I'm on the first flight out of here. You can come with me, or you can. I can't do this anymore." And she just begins to cry, and
I'll give her a hug.
She hugged you. She stopped running away at this point.
And then when I calm down a bit, I'll just say, we're not going back to the house. You're not going to the bread and breakfast. You're going to go to a safe house where you can get a good night's sleep, and we need to have a conversation.
How much of your job does she know?
She thinks I work for the government, but in a desk job. I'm like a respect. I look at paperwork. I don't know.
Okay.
But something.
I think the combination of the failure for manipulate, but the complete success from act under pressure, she's going to agree to go with you at this point, and she'll make her way back towards the van with you. Scott, you've seen all this occur, and you can currently see that this trucker is having a bit of a fight with these not a fight, but an argument, it seems, with these rattlesnakes that are across the road. And what do you want to do? Do you want to act on anything, or do you want?
I want to diffuse the tension there with the rattlesnakes and the trucker, and be like, "Guy, it's all cool. Everything's cool."
Okay. So as you do, you go across the road, and you can hear the trucker is kind of just spouting off something. He's like, "And you see, the government, this is how they do you, man. They're going to come for your liberties. You can't have a donut. And then they're going to take our guns. And then they're going to do that. And what do you mean? I can't run. I'll have to pay import tax when taking stuff from Canada. Not happening, man. Not happening." And the Scott's like, "Look, dude, all I know is you just need to stay away from Agent P. She's doing good for this town, and I can't even tell you, but it's super secret work, and man, the government's got your back, and you don't even know it, bro." And this is becoming a bit more heated. How are you going to diffuse that situation?
Oh god, that is a very good question. Just sort of run up to them, try and get between them a little bit, and be like, "Look, okay, guys, the shit is getting weird right now. I think everybody needs to calm down. I'll buy everybody a donut if we just go back now." and just forget about this.
I'll say that the trucker's like, all right, well, I want to get out of this rain anyway. Let's head back in. And he just ding and goes through. I'll say that Bradley's like, well, just bring him out to us, man. Darla don't let us in there much anymore.
Well, there you go. I hope you're learning your lesson.
Like, that guy was whack, man. And he sort of like gives you a fist bump, and he's like, some people. Yeah, you head into the shop. Actually, I'd say Agent P and Nikki get back to their van just before that. Do you guys need to talk to each other, or?
I'll just like look over and be like, "Are you okay?"
Yep.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Are you going to somewhere safe?
Go to Mac's house.
Good to know. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Would I notice that the manuscript is not there?
I'd say that you probably definitely saw her throw it, and it's now currently blowing down the street, becoming soaking wet. Like, at this point, like, yeah, it's soaked, it's ruined.
I'm not going to be able to recover that, am I?
That is unsalvageable.
Okay. No worries. Then I'll, like, as quickly as I can, I'll get Darla to do, like, a round of donuts for the tracker with the rattlesnakes, and like I'll also like to just to expedite it, to like to put it on a tab, and I'll pay it in the week.
Okay, so Agent P and Nikki, you guys going to make your way to Mac's house, yeah? Okay, cool. Scott, you head in, you pay the, you go up, you Darla for like 2 minutes, try and get this process done very quickly, because you don't want to miss that delivery, right?
No, heading back.
And she agrees, she puts it on a tab. I'd say you and Darla, well, actually, you're probably not friends. She sort of freaked out a bit last time when you tried to sneak in the back of your...
a few days ago, yeah.
But we'll say that's part. She knows where you live and work, so she agrees. She's like, all right, well, just bring me through the money tomorrow or something.
Okay.
And on your way out of the donut store, you do realize there's probably on a booth table just besides the window, there is a stack of about 10 or 12 papers, which seem to, and they've got like a journal next to it with like a pencil and stuff like that, which seems to have been left by no one else in the store.
Oh, okay. Where was that again?
That was in the on the table by the booth by the window.
Okay. Yeah, good. I don't know who was sat there, do I?
I suppose you wouldn't know that Nikki was sat in that specific place, but I think Scott's definitely smart enough to put two and two together that she was in this store and may have left those papers there.
I'm going to like slip them and like just as smoothly as possible slip them like underneath my jacket, the side of my jacket, so slip them inside. And then step out, I'll like say to the rattlesnakes, donuts are on their way. Or like, if I've already got them, I'll hand them over.
Yeah, cool.
I'll be like, by the way, I'm going to be in there. If any of you see a weird purple light, come and get me.
Purple light, dude. You mean, well, is this another Krampus thing? To come back?
I can definitely say that I can't tell you.
Well, he sort of looks round at the boys. Roll me a manipulate someone here.
Okay, great.
He says to you, he goes, if it's purple lights, dude, you're looking for, you might need to have a talk. But, we go somewhere a bit more private.
come with me into the store.
Okay. So you head into the store, and we'll sort of freeze Scott there. Mac and Brick, you have made it back to your basement. It is 8 p.m. And I'm suppose there's probably going to be about a half-hour period before Agent P is going to turn up with Nikki now. So is there anything in this time that you want to sort of try to achieve or do, or not?
I'll just like lay the collection of photos out we've got, so when Scott comes back, I can ask him if he recognises any of the people in them.
Okay, cool. Mac?
Yeah, I'd probably be helping doing that, but put them into male, female, like put them into groups of things so it's easy for them to look down, kind of like families together, like group them up into in a certain order. Obviously, all with gloves on.
Mm-hmm. So that's very good. Okay, cool. So you put the there's only one set of gloves though. So is it just you that's going to be, or are you going to share a glove each? Like,
I'll just use my hands. I'll wipe on my on my suit and be like, there we go.
oh, I love it. Okay, cool. So you you managed to do this. Roll me a investigate a mystery here.
Me or both of us?
I'd say Mac, because Mac, you're the one who mentioned specifically there about trying to sort by gender and sort by into certain categories.
Okay. Another 8.
An 8. Okay, so 8 is you can ask 2 questions here. I feel as though what you were trying to ascertain there, though, was like a pattern. And with what Mac would do, and you know, it's already quite canonically established that you see the patterns in stuff through your kind of like class power. So on an 8, it is a mixed success. So you're going to have to talk to Scott or Agent P or to confirm this, but there's a few names which do come up a lot more than the others. But one name in particular, remember Scott saying he heard in the alleyway, which is the name Shelley. That's the first name of an individual which comes up in the census quite periodically, but frequently.
As in a lot of Shelleys throughout years.
Yeah, so they always have different surnames, sometimes the same over the course of like 5, sometimes like Shelley Vonderbranch, sometimes it's like Shelley Smith, sometimes it's like Shelley Anders, but like it's always that first name, and it seems to appear a lot more frequently than any of the other names on the list.
Uh-huh.
And this census spans, I think we said 40 years of what you just have.
Okay. Shelley, but like, yeah, okay. Different name. Cool. So all the what, like the pictures kind of thing. I'm gonna have a quick look to see, because old pictures normally had like names written down, like descriptions and stuff in the back, and dates and things like that.
Yeah.
See if there's any names there that say Shelley on.
Nice.
And try to connect the two, and see if there's anyone. Look at the pictures and see if this is a whole. Hey, Matt's going all crazy with this. He's thinking there's probably time travel too involved, so he's going to have a quick look into the pictures and see if there's anything there that's not meant to be there, like certain kinds of fashion, certain kinds of faces, like.
Okay. So with your mixed success does mean you get 2. So I'll take that as your second thing trying to investigate.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you did. Because you do the fashions and items that you find, it's all very pertinent to the time. There is nothing out of place in that sense. But in relation to your question about names to people, and as you are correct, they used to put names underneath photos in like frames and things like that.
Yeah.
And you do notice that in the founding picture, which shows all the founding members of Cooper back in, I believe I said 1880 1988. These are the people who first founded Cooper Creek and where the gold was. There is one gentleman called Shelley Smith, and he is just a normal-looking average gentleman, nothing too about him. However, you find another photo of him about 20 years later, when the town was first fully established, settlements, and Gwyn Lodge was first built. And there's a picture of him outside Gwyn Lodge, and he looks the exact same. There is no he to the point where he has the same outfit and same walking cane. And then you find a photo 20 years further on to that, which is probably the latest photo that you would have, and the same gentleman appears in it. However, it's a completely different name, Shelley Vonderburn.
I'll share this with Brick and be like, I'm not going crazy, am I? I'm not hallucinating. This is actually the same person. First, wait, what? This is...
It looks like the same person, each one.
Like, it is very old-timey and grainy, but...
Yeah, but they look very similar. Same
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
And they're in different positions, so it's not a cardboard cutout.
No.
I don't think that's
But back then they wouldn't be able to like fake something like this.
No. I think Shelley here might know more. We're gonna have to find Shelley.
Yeah.
Find the Shelley person.
Yeah. Somehow these doorways. We'll have to,
Maybe they're like
we'll have
a
to confirm
person-
though with Scott when he's back. If that's the same person.
yeah, he's busy doing his bloody delivery. So not important right now. Ugh, work.
So convenient he rolled and failed, though. That was great.
Do we just wait until they get here? Or-
Yeah. It's not.
So as you say that, you hear at the door, and you can hear the rain now coming down on the sort of like tin covering for your lock.
Yeah. I'll do the slide.
Agent P is on the other side.
I have somebody here that needs to come in.
Who?
It's my girlfriend. Just don't ask questions.
Okay.
Don't ask questions.
And then unlock. And open it up and be like,
And Nikki, I promise you this isn't as weird as it looks. He's just a man-child that lives in his mum's basement. It's fine.
She sort of looks at you, and is she still like crying a little bit? I'd say she's probably been crying the whole way over here. This is probably her breaking point, effectively. She's not exactly 100% with it. She sort of just looks at you and she goes, "Okay, Pammy, if you say this is what's going to keep us safe," and then she sort of makes her way past Mac down into the basement to see a very well-dressed but quite obviously ragged Rick Oblong there in his dishevelled suit, and looks around this man cave that you just described, on the walls with all these documents and red string and leftover cream soda floats, I believe they were, glasses on the floors and stuff. And she sort of looks back up at you and she goes, "This is safer?"
Well, it's different.
I'm locking the door behind them.
She sort of looks at that and yeah.
This is Brick, Nikki, Brick, and this is Matt.
Pleased to meet you.
And these are my-
Hello.
They don't work. We worked with colleagues, associates.
Work at the. You said you did a accountancy for the Alaskan National Wildlife Park. The
Yes,
How do you
yes.
know these?
I'm a ranger, and
Mac, it's fine. Fine. I don't work at Alaskan Wildlife Preserve.
Nature Reserve.
Yeah, I don't work there. This is a very, strange outfit to wear to work there every day.
So you're telling me you're not an accountant?
I'm not an accountant.
she's really bad with numbers, actually.
I was gonna say you are not the smartest with numbers, Pammy. Like I was. Wait, one sec. You're not an accountant, and we had to move all the way to bumfuck Cooper Landing in the middle, and she's starting to get really irate again. In this like quite thick New York accent, I need to point out. I can't do it, but it is there.
New York.
I work for the government. And,
What?
And yeah, I work for the government. And these are my associates that are helping me here in Cooper Landing.
She sort of looks at you, and she looks at Brick and looks at Mac, and she says, "Have you got a? I really need a coffee. I think for."
Yep. Mom! And then
What you need, young sweetie Mac?
could we have a coffee and a hot chocolate? Do you want anything?
Ooh, hot chocolate.
Two hot chocolates, a brick.
Oh, one of those cream soda floats would be good.
Oh, and a cream soda float, please.
Is that all for you, or do you have company, sweetie? Is that lovely, nice young woman that you're so fond of? Is she here? I really like her being around the house.
Yeah. She's coming later. I just want to get ready. This is me getting ready. Coffee for me, chocolate for the sugar, then just pure sugar rush. Good.
Okay. And you hear her sort of like the footsteps above you going into the kitchen, and you hear the stove go on where she starts to like prepare your stuff. And I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take like a 5-minute break there because I'm bursting for the loo, so I need to pee. And we will be back in 5 if that's cool with you guys.
Yep.
Wait, I need to close this craziness. Switch over here. Sweet. Hopefully all the audio's not going to do something crazy, but we're back. Bam. So, nice. So, we just had a quick break, and now we do keep losing Mr. Brick, unfortunately, temporarily. He has, I'm not going to dox him, but where he's transmitting from has probably, like, Wi-Fi from, 10 years ago? Like, I don't know if they're 10 years behind or 20 years behind there.
They're like 20 years behind.
Yeah, so his Wi-Fi goes every now and then. But don't worry, if we're going to lose him for any long period of time, I've got contact with him, hopefully, so he will tell me if he's not going to be able to make it back. But we'll sort of do what we do and plow through, and if you miss anything super pertinent to your character, we'll make sure that we recap it, or we won't do anything without you. So, cool. But that doesn't give you any excuse just to log out. Like, that's not that excuse. All right. Saved. Sweet. So I think we're going to jump back in next with, we sort of just did the scene with Nikki coming into the basement. So I think the next scene that we're going to jump into, well, actually, I'll lay it up to you guys. What one do you want to do first? Do you want to head over to what Scott's doing, or do you want to see what transpires between you and Nikki and Mac and Brick?
What happens with Scott?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious of what this guy has to say.
Okay, so you, just as a recap for you, Scott, you picked up the papers Nikki had been working on, along with like her notebook/journal. You have made your way back into the shop, and yeah, I'm gonna say just Bradley came with you.
Yeah.
The rest of the rattlesnakes sort of gave him a nod, and they all decided to head home for the night because it was getting quite late. I'd say we're probably pushing like after that scene. It's probably closer to like 10:30 say in the evening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Bradley sort of walks in and he's like, "Hey man, can I grab one of these?" And he sort of holds up an ice cool Gatorade to you.
This is product placement.
Yeah, not sponsored.
Yeah,
cool.
You can bum one, dude. Mm-hmm.
Sweet. So he grabs that, he cracks it open, and then starts glugging away. What are you doing, Scott?
So the journal, I'm going to like slip under the count. I'm going to kind of behind the counter, slip that next to where my hockey stick is resting.
Okay.
Just so I've got them both in the same place, and then I'll just sort of rest on the desk, lean towards Bradley, and be like, "So, what do you got to tell me?"
So he sort of he comes over to you. He sort of rests on the opposite side of the desk, and he's like, "Oh man, dude, you mentioned about some purple lights. Is that right?"
Yeah.
Well, I've not told anyone this yet, man, but I didn't want anyone to think I was I was trying to catch Agent P outside about it, but seemed real in a rush, so I let her at it. But I've been seeing that man in my house, but I thought it was just like, they'd put a TV in my mom's room or something, but not my mom's room, Mac's mom's room. She lets me call her mom every now and then. It's real sweet. Nice.
Oh, that's nice. That's good.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty cool. But yeah, man, I thought they just had some TV on in there or something, but there was no TV, and seen this purple light, but I've seen it actually around the back of Darla's here sometimes when we've been, playing out, man.
Yeah, that's where I saw it too.
Yeah, is this, again, you got to be straight with me here, Scott. People in danger?
When are they not in danger?
That was a cool as shit answer, Scott. But seriously though, like, is this Krampus back? Because, we need to call the choppers in, and the guys with the guns need to come back, and Agent P, she's cool, she's a badass, but
okay, dude,
she can't.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
This is not the Krampus again. This is something different. We don't know exactly what it is, but I bet that you've been having nightmares.
Well, me and all the rattlesnakes have been about that Krampus bear thing. Like,
Ever since that happened, or only recently?
they went away for a bit. We talked about it, dude, but now it's like pretty bad. Now it's back, and it's always the same. We're in the hockey rink, and we're playing in, like, I don't know. I know you down in Cali, you don't have no ice, but we're playing in the big Cooper Cup final, and it's and then I go to take the shot on net, and it turns into the Krampus, and oh man, and he seems to be, he's starting to sweat, and he's describing this dream to you, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to tip the bottom of the Gatorade, so he takes another drink.
He takes a drink. He's like, it's the Krampus, but it's always not the Krampus. And then it starts, all my bros that I turn around, they're all just, remember that hunter? What happened to him? It's the same. And he sort of, he's like, have you got any smokes, Scott?
Nope. It's a bad habit. It's uncool.
But it really chills your nerves, dude.
Okay. Take a deep breath. This thing, you said in your dreams, it was the Krampus, but then it wasn't.
Yeah, like it kind of. You remember how the Krampus, it had the big claws, and these are bigger, and he sort of looks at you and goes, you remember the Krampus when it looked at you, its eyes, its piercing red eyes that would just look through you? I remember them, Scott. And he drops all kind of like trying to be cool and imitate your kind of like Cali stuff. He's talking to you now, like, dead serious. He's like, I can remember it, Scott, and it's in the dream. It's even more horrifying. It doesn't even have them. It's more horrifying.
Doesn't have eyes, and I bet the fingers look like talons, really long and thin. He sort of like starts to like he moves away from you a little bit, and he's trying to put the wall back up a little bit. He's like, I don't know, dude. They sort of. I try and look away and wake myself up because it starts killing people. It's not what I want to see. I've seen it too, Bradders. So
Oh, we're doing this now, Scotty. Okay.
Okay, there you go. It's for real. But yeah, it's something I've seen too. You're not alone.
What, the Krampus is back in our dreams, and it's
no, it's not. No, it's taken the shape of the Krampus because it knows that's what you're scared about.
What does it appear as for you, Scott?
That doesn't matter.
He's not going to press you in this. You've got his trust. So.
Because I haven't exactly seen it in my dreams. I've seen it attack people.
He sort of he looks out the window. His eyes dart to the alleyway where he saw that flash of light previously. He's like, "Wait, you're telling me this thing's in this thing can be here, dude? Like, you're telling me? Do I need to get the stakes out? Are we? What?
Just between you and me right now. Don't be telling them all of the details.
Agent P knows, right?
Yeah, obviously.
And what's she doing about it? What's the government doing about it, bro? They got to be doing something.
That's why she was chasing after that woman, because we think she's the key to helping us get to the bottom of this.
At this point, roll the manipulate someone.
Oh, okay.
I feel as though you're.
Could I try the trust me instead?
Yeah, no, please do. So I feel as though you're coming to the sort of like apex of what you can explain to convince him of this story. Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so mixed success. So on a 7 to 9, they do what I ask, and then you can choose one of the next three. They ask me a hard question first, they stall and differ a while, or they have a better idea.
Okay. Okay, so he's gonna keep going with you on this one, and he's gonna believe you. He's not gonna question it, but I think he is gonna ask you the hard question. The hard question is gonna be, look, dude, you gotta be straight down the line with me here, man. You said that woman's involved. Who is she, and why? And no bullshitting me, Scott. Come on, we're bros.
She is very close to Agent P, and she's a rider, and she's been riding stuff that matches shit that's been happening in the last few days. She has a link with whatever this is.
So you're telling me, man, that this thing is what this has been able to... She's the reason it's here?
I personally think so, yes.
So we get rid of her, or we... What's the plan? What's the play here, Scott?
That's why Agent B is taking care of it. That's why she was trying to get her to, calm down and stuff like that. They're looking into it. Mac and Brick are involved as well. See, they're good guys.
Wait, they're involved too, man? Like, so you're telling me, let me just get this real dead straight, Scott. The Mac and Brick, the crazy asshole that nearly shot me, is involved with this woman who is bringing sleep monsters into the world. And you're telling me that Agent P's got this, bro?
Okay, their methods sometimes are questionable, but they got good intentions. And you're in our little circle now. I'm trusting you to help us, and we can save everybody here.
Well, dude, you gotta promise me you're gonna keep me in the loop on this, and anything that goes down, snakes one in.
Okay.
Oh,
I hear you.
he sort of walks over to the Gatorade fridge again. He goes, "Got another one, bro?"
Have one yourself. I'm fine.
He sort of reaches in, picks it out. Is there anything else you want to do with Scott, or anything else you want to do with...
I will take some of my own money out of my pocket and put it into the cash register to cover what he's had.
Okay, cool.
And then I kind of ask him to kindly go away, and then remind the rattlesnakes if they see any flashes of purple, come and let me know.
He says, "Ride on, bro." And you see him ride on his bicycle off into the night as the thunderstorm starts to intensify, and the rain gets heavier. He is most likely heading home, as the other rattlesnakes have been.
Cool.
What did you do next, Scott?
No sign of delivery.
No sign of delivery. No.
God damn it.
It's I'd say it's probably close to 11 now. That conversation's happened.
Okay. I'm gonna hang on a little bit. I think the other three have got this. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that.
Okay. We will jump over to Brick, Mac, and Agent P. Oh.
Sorry. The journal.
I could just see Rich in the bottom corner. I was like, I can't remember. I don't want to prompt him to know if he's going to get this.
Oh,
Um,
the journal. I'm sorry.
no, it's not a problem. I'm trying to back off from prompting so much, but I feel as though that is a very pertinent story.
Yeah.
That Scott would have done. So, what do you want to do with this journal now?
I'll open up, see what's. Just like have a quick flick through, start cover to cover. What kind of
Okay.
thing-
There are 3 concepts for stories in this journal and on those papers that seem to be quite hastily written. You see that the ink is smudged where you've picked it up and like put them all back in, and it's smudged it a little bit. So this seems like it's been written quite freshly today. And there are 3 stories. Which one do you read first? 1, 2, or 3?
I'll read number 1. Let's start with 1.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, so story number 1 is it will take you about 20 odd minutes to read. It focuses primarily on 5 people who seem to be locked up in it looks like some sort of bunker after a natural disaster, maybe a hurricane. And they are being attacked, and they've retreated into this bunker after being attacked by a pack of wild animals. And get up to the part of the story where the wild animal seems to be just about to break its way through the main bunker door and into the defenseless people in the bunker.
Okay.
And then the story just stops.
Stops.
There's no ending to that one.
What about the second one?
The second one will take you another 20 minutes or so to read.
Okay.
Okay, so you begin to read this one, and this one tells you the tale of This one tells you about it seems to be a precursor story about the young man who investigated the house belonging to. Let me jump back to my notes. This find belonging Hank Trullo. And this is a story that comes before that. It tells you of a young man who was working late in his shop, who was waiting for a delivery. It's a very specific delivery of medication for that customer. However, delivery never came until well into the early morning due to a very heavy storm which had hit the local area. And it does start. There's not a coherent storyline here. There's more just like notes, like bullet points of like things that might be included in the rest of this tale. But it has like notes like talons. It has notes like purple light. It has notes like broken glass. And you hear just you see just one word which is written and then sort of scribbled out, which just says death. But then scribbled out.
Okay. I'm going to try and read the third one as quickly as possible.
The third one tells the story of a young boy in a leather jacket who is riding home through a storm, who decides to take a shortcut through a very well-known wooded area, and then the same sort of coherent notes are written, and then one word again that there's death and then scribbled out, and you flick back to the first story and you see that same word written and then scribbled out, but more kind of like determined to scribble that word out at that point, and not so covered up in. And then by the third one, it's just got a couple of lines through it. there are 3 stories there that you've been able to
And
read.
the weather outside.
It's very stormy, and the storm is intensifying. And it has now been 60 minutes. It's taken you 20 minutes to read each one.
Yep.
It is dead midnight as you hear a knock on the door. And you look up, and you see a gentleman in a yellow raincoat that seems to be here to deliver you a package.
Okay, cool. I'll go and open it up then. Go and open the door.
As you do, it's like quite a gruff-looking gentleman, and he's like, "Hey, delivery for you, bud."
Cheers.
And he sort of just starts bringing in these crates and stuff like that, and he hands you a bit of paper to sign. Oh, what's going through Scott's mind at the moment?
That third story about riding home in a storm. Young boy.
Mhm.
Are they riding on a bike?
You sort of, as this guy is wheeling the sort of different Gatorades in, it's a very Gatorade heavy delivery. This. He's like reading them in, and you see, you go back through and you do see a note of a bike. Story. Yeah.
I mean, I've been around Cooper Landing. I think, as it describes a shortcut,
Mhm.
would I know the route and the shortcut that Bradley might take? in order
I'd
to
say
get home?
yeah, canonically there would be, because there's a good chance you've gone from your current residence to Mac's house enough time, and you've probably gone there with Bradley being his friend and him living at Mac's house a lot more. So you've probably taken that shortcut with him.
Oh shit!
And the more you reread this story, the more scene seems to convince you that it's the same
Yeah,
route.
yeah. Fuck. Okay. Is there like a landline? Oh, can I try and call Mac's house?
Yeah, there's definitely a landline.
All right, I'm gonna give that a go.
Okay. So as you pick up the phone, we're going to freeze you there, because we need to find out what's going on over at the Mickelson residence. So we're going to rewind time slightly back to the beginning of that 1 hour. So we'll pick up just where we left off. Nikki is in the basement now. Your mum's sort of left the drinks and stuff at the top of the stairs, and you've gone and picked them up. It's probably, we're going to say it's been about half hour or so, and you've got the coffee, you're sat there chatting. What are you guys talking about?
I think I would have been explaining to Nikki what I do, what my job is.
And how's she taken that?
Not well. I don't think it. On one hand, I think maybe it would be nice to, like, know maybe she wasn't going crazy, or yeah, maybe some things make sense to her now. But on the other hand, not well, because I've been lying and she's moved to a horrible place and she hates it. So
yeah, she sort of she'll probably come on to that, but she sort of turns around to you. She's like, "So you're telling me, Amy, that we had to move here so you could hunt down some supernatural monsters and
paranormal events."
Paranormal event and you've just got this crazy man, and she points over at Mac, who lives in his mum's basement, and this homeless guy who are helping you, and you work for the government. And
Well, I have an office in the government building, but you don't have clearance.
I don't have a clearance, and you're telling me this thing has been hunting people, and I'm one of those people, and
Well, Scott, you know, the one with the hand, he seems to think.
oh, don't tell me Scott's in on this as well, not young Scott.
Scott's my go-to. He's my right-hand man.
Your go-to? is a, and forgive me here, I don't want to jump over to my notes. How old is Scott again?
Oh,
He's young, I remember.
yeah, he's in his 20s. 22.
Your go-to is basically a teenager from California, and you're the government.
They said, Agent P, assemble a team, and I did, and it turns out my judgment might not be brilliant, but they are, Mac, he has his things, like he has, and Brick, we haven't even started on Brick, so...
I'm just sitting in the background with like cream all over my face. And hot chocolate.
And you're telling me, and that night you came home with the blood and you were out real late and it was freezing cold and I was worried. So you're telling me you've been lying to me this entire time, Pam? Is that even your name?
Yeah, Agent P is my government name, so yeah.
Pam?
Pamela.
Good to know.
Don't call me Pam. You can call me Agent P. But Scott seems to think that somehow you're linked to all of this, which is why we found, when looked for your manuscript, that's now gone. But your stories seem to be either predicting or happening after the event, telling the stories involved surrounding this case.
As you say that to her, Mac, are there any windows in this basement at all or not?
There'd probably be one, there's one of those little thin line windows that have metal, that metal reinforced glass, but like the metal bars kind of.
Yeah. Is it covered or is it open?
It doesn't have any doors on it.
It doesn't have any doors on it, no.
So it would, you'd have a little bit of light coming through, so you can see out in there, but it'd be like a frosted kind of looking glass. Probably it's open enough. It doesn't open. The window doesn't open itself. It's just a little slot that I've turned into a. So
okay.
Like daylight coming in when daylight comes in.
Okay, and you said you removed all the doors from in the basement, or you'd blocked them up at least. What have you done in the house?
I haven't done anything to the house.
Okay, that's just...
Yeah, the only thing I've done is for my room, I've just got all the doors and the wardrobes doors, apart from the top door, which is up the stairs, and the side door, which all have locks on, and like a little bit of wood that comes down that closes the door, kind of thing.
Okay, so you hear your mum shout down from the top of like your basement staircase. The door opens slightly, but like you feel the lock on it, so it's like only like a little gap they can do, and she sort of shouts down, "Sweetie, I'm going over to Mr. McAllister's house for the night. He doesn't want to come here still with that young gentleman in the house. But have you got enough food?"
Yeah, Mom, we're fine. Be safe. It's raining a lot.
Yeah. Okay. I've left some money for pizza on the side if you want it later. Just you have a good night, sweetie, and don't stay up too. Remember, no house guests.
Yeah, no house guests.
Okay, and you hear the front door close. All of that was sort of happening in the background as Agent P and Nikki were having their conversation. And just as Nikki is questioning Agent P and says, "Is this a lie? Is that even your name?" You hear what sounds like the smashing of china upstairs, your house.
Mom? No, she always responds in 5 seconds. And then I'll run upstairs and start opening locks and stuff, and be like, "Oh God damn it! Why did I put so many?"
Where's he going now, Pammy?
I genuinely don't know. I've never been up there.
Mum's never clumsy, and then I'm just gonna open the door.
Just as you go to open the door, see a bright flash of purple from underneath the door slit. So I don't want you to make an action without knowing that information.
Big flash of purple.
Hmm?
I'll lock it again with one of the locks, the chain locks. I said, did anyone else see that?
So just to establish where you are in the room, my visualization of this is there's sort of like a wooden staircase going up to a door that would be exposed. So like the way they're looking at you right now, they'll be able to see you on that wooden staircase, right? And then probably on the opposite side towards the back, there's your kind of like slanted basement entrance.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, I think for next time we'll get like a little sketch or drawing of your hideout made out, maybe. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now I do have to explain something here. So whereas you have your hideout currently as your basement, right? And that is supposed to be the safe area for the hunters. That is the safe area on the exception of you bringing a danger into your hideout. So just for anyone watching who is interested in this mechanic and how this works, that is the reason why this is occurring at the hunter's hideout. Okay, cool. So moving on, you see the flash of light and you slowly start to put the thing on. And as you just finish putting the chain on, you hear the slam of what sounds like a very heavy object on tin, which is the covering for your basement door entrance into the garden. Mm-hmm. And a bit of dust starts to flutter down from the rafters just above you. And you would ascertain that there is probably something outside as well.
I'll shout down purple light and then close the door and just be like,
everybody get your mirrors out. I'll get my mirror.
Oh God.
Okay.
Yeah, look for the mirror, and I would use the mirror to scan around, even maybe put it like under the door, like a little bit, kind of like push it so I can see.
Can I use my sight?
You can. So we're going to have those things happen pretty much at the same time. So you go into your vision, kind of your magic vision trance. So roll me is there a specific move you're taking?
Well, the sight is I can see invisible things, especially spirits and magical influences. You may also communicate with and maybe even make deals with spirits you see. To give you more opportunity to spot clues when you investigate a mystery.
Okay.
So it's more like just trying to see whether there's if they left any trails around, magical trails or anything.
Do you have to roll for that?
No, only the investigate mystery bit, I think.
Roger. Okay, cool. So as you go into this trance, Mac sticks his mirror underneath the door crack, and you're tilting it upwards, and you can see these cracks appearing in the plaster on your wall opposite. And as you slowly tilt the mirror upwards to the point where you can't tilt it anymore, you can just see one long bloody talon just dug into the top of where that crack is forming, and then it slowly pulls itself out, and then it just disappears. You can't see where it's going there.
Okay. Is that in the corridor outside at the top of the stairs, is it?
Indeed. Brick, go into your trance, and you can feel the presence of two of the creatures that you felt whilst you were in the trance previously. What do you want to do with that?
Can I feel whereabouts they are? Like how far away they would be.
So I believe at this point is where you need to use your investigator mystery, right?
Yeah. So
To
I'll
ascertain how many questions you can answer.
So I'll roll that against.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm doing a site. 13.
Wow, you are OP when it comes to that, but I love it. Okay, cool. So what's the first? You get 3 general questions. So the first one you want to work out roughly where these guys are, yeah?
Yeah.
You've been inside Mac's house before, and you can definitely sense that one of them is in the hallway just outside. And on a 13, I'll even tell you that its intent is quite animalistic. It's quite basic, but it seems to want to get to. It wants to get to Mac, okay? Because that's the closest person to it currently.
Okay.
The one that's outside, there is another one located outside the rear entrance to the basement, goes off into the garden, which seems to have been the. This one, again, its intent is to make its way through that door and into the basement. But currently, neither of them. You feel a sense of caution. I'm probably being very liberal here on what you can talk to as well, because I need to point out. These things aren't spirits, okay?
No,
but
yeah.
I feel
I'm
as
not
though
gonna try
being the
to-
paranormal and the story
Yeah.
purposes, this actually is a bit more interesting. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Do you have a second?
Can I? What can hurt it?
What can hurt you? So it's pre-established that you can interact with these as long as you are.
Oh yeah. You can see them.
You can see them, and in order to see them, you need to be. Imagine it as an on-off switch. You need to be in their version of reality. Be able to
Can I see them with my
interact with
sight?
them.
Can I? Or are they immune to that?
Yes, you did see them before, so I won't say that's a question, but you just know that that's.
Okay.
But yeah, to further remind you, they seem to be able to switch between which reality they live in by choice. Okay.
Yeah. And finally, can I feel like with the what is it my magical influences, the sight? Can I see if any of that is like connected to Nikki?
Oh, that is a very, very, very good question, Mr. Oblong. Yeah, so as you sit there and you attune more to their wants, their needs, like exactly what they're trying to achieve, you read it wrong to begin with. This thing does want to get to Mac, but that seems more of just a base instinct. It wants to feed. It said to you before it wanted to feed, and you can ascertain that's what it wants, but its true intent to get into the basement is to get to Nikki. And the other one as well feels like that. And you look, and you're in between Nikki and the basement door, so it doesn't even want you, really. Like, you're a small meal compared to what she has to offer. Kind of what she...
Okay.
What are you doing, Agent P, and what is Nikki doing?
I've got my mirror out.
She sort of looks at you and she's like, why do I need a mirror?
We think we can see them through mirrors.
Wait, they're here? And she instantly starts to, like, she goes pale, and, like, she did not pick up on what was meant by them until you just said that.
Nikki, do you know what's about to happen?
Is it back? Is that thing? You told me that thing wasn't real. You told me that couldn't hurt me. Said I was dreaming it. Like, you're telling me that thing is... Is that what you're here for? Is that is this one of these paranormal things? Is this... Why...
Yep.
And you brought it here? Is it after you? Is it after me? Who is this after?
We think it might be you.
Oh god. And she sort of backs off into the corner and, like, just sort of, like, starts to crawl down, and she seems to be going back into the state that you saw her in previously.
Oh no, I'm so bad with people.
It's like the worst thing to say to someone that's scared of something. It's coming after you!
It wants you!
I'll stand in front of her.
Okay. As you do that... Oh, actually, no, we won't have that happen just yet.
And I'm gonna get out my gun.
Okay. The gun is out.
I'm going to put my back against this door and push it back whilst locking it. And I'm going to glance down to Nikki and what's happening at the moment. And can I use one of my connect the dots holds?
Go for it. Yeah.
I've got 2 questions, but I've only got 1 hold, so it's going to be really annoying. What does the monster want from this person?
So, as you're doing this lock over, and you can see her, and you now, upon learning that Agent P's got a partner and her job and what she does, and it seems to be that this monster feeds off creativity, the imagination of the person, and if they are more imaginative, if they are more creative, it wants them more because, as Brick said, it wants to feed, and to it, its meal is fear, and that's what it wants. And it seems to have been putting this all together. You know, the stories which draw on many different other actual real life case files and stuff. It seems to feed this person a piece of information and then let their imagination and creativity go wild until it's ready to come back and feed.
So I get the idea that it's feeding off of imagination and fear.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say to Penny, like, Pam?
Agent P.
Agent P! Agent P. It's after her.
As you say, as you say that, and as she, becoming more fearful, and you can see she's going whiter and whiter as this sweat starts to build up on her face and tears well up in her eyes. You just hear banging start to come from the basement door, which exits to the garden, and you can see the wood and the which builds the frame, which is just below the metal bit of the door, start to slightly splinter inwards. And Mac, as you talk, you also hear this scraping of this claw come down the door, and then you feel the impact of it behind you.
What do you mean put her to sleep?
If she's not scared anymore, that's all I can think about is they're trying to feed off of her fear.
Oh shit.
But they can travel through dreams. Bad idea.
It's going to be okay. Everything is fine.
Calm her down.
Brick, you're good with people. Brick.
Yeah.
Can you do anything to calm her down?
I just talk to her, I guess. I haven't got any weird mental powers to calm her down.
Wish Scott was here.
Creativity, imagination, fear. That's what they feed off of.
Can we just get out? Can you just let
If I open a door, they're going to come in.
Again, you hear more banging on the wood splinters slightly more.
I'm gonna just drop to the floor and talk to Nikki. They're gonna feed off your fear. If you're afraid of them, they can get you. If you're not afraid, they might leave us alone. So don't be scared.
Stop being scared.
Stop it.
She roll a. I feel as though you're trying to. This is like you tell me here what's more appropriate. Are you trying to manipulate her into this? Are you trying to act under pressure? Like, how are you trying to? You have the full breadth of all those moves available to you.
I will act under pressure because I'm a lot better at that than I am at
Okay.
people.
So it may. So if you would, it may achieve something slightly different, but Okay, cool. Go for it.
Try.
Nice. I don't know if you've been remembering to, but on a failed roll, remember to add your experiences. Happy days. But that was you do what you set out to do. So she is absolutely like terrified with this and like frozen with this fear. But you sat there talking to her, and you know it stops the spiral at least. And she's like, "You tell me you can protect me. This is your job. You tell me you're the governor. Can you not call someone? Get someone on the line." Like, and she can't get her words out anymore. She's not getting any worse, but she's not getting any better. You seem to have been able to convince her that you can help her at least. That's what she's clinging on to right now.
We can't leave the room at the minute, but if we just stay here and just everybody keep calm, then when we leave, I will call somebody. I have a phone in my car, and I can call my boss.
I have a phone. It's down. Where is it?
Well, I think we'll do it. I'll do it when we leave the room.
As you are discussing phones, you do hear the distinct ringing of a telephone upstairs, coming from
Do it.
coming from the kitchen, which is where your phone is sort of attached to the wall by the refrigerator, which I would say is like opposite where the basement is. So it's it's quite close relatively, and you stop hearing the pounding of the claw on the door to the basement going into the house. As this creature seems to, you can hear just like the sort of scraping on wood and plaster as it seems to move away from.
Let's think. Let's. How do we kill this thing? How do we
have to see it.
see it?
Well, I can see them with my sight when they're in our like dimension. When they're not in our dreams and they're in our world, I can see them.
So if we're all awake, then you can see them.
Yes. Do we have like something I can like throw them, like paint or spray them with something?
Do you have anything?
I don't have any.
Do you have any spray paint?
Um,
Oh, I bet those little hoodlums would have spray paint.
I have
Chalk, anything, ink,
Flour?
There's flour in the kitchen, I'm sure.
flour.
I don't
Yeah,
have any
well-
flour down here.
What do you? Oh, a sheet. Bed sheets. Do you have bed sheets?
Yeah.
I'm trying for a bed sheet over one.
You could go catching a ghost,
Yeah.
You can try. Yeah.
and then
Okay.
you can point it out, and we'll do that, and then
I'll shoot it.
or we can hang it in the door.
And then when it comes through, it goes through the bed sheet, and then we shoot it. They climb on ceilings and stuff, so we have to make sure we get the whole thing.
Yeah. Just hang it from the door and open the door, and then when it like comes through, we shoot at it.
I mean, that's probably really, really done.
What about if hang it, I open the door, you're ready on the other side with your gun, and then as it hits, we shoot it we shoot it from both sides. I get it from behind, you get it from the front. Just because
I still need to do something so we can see it.
yeah, that's what I meant, the blanket.
Oh, okay.
I open the door, the blanket, they run into the blanket, or they come after me.
But what if that doesn't work because they're not in this realm? Like they're
I'm
not just invisible.
I'm not
Well,
very.
if they're not in this realm, they can only hurt us when we're asleep.
I have an idea. It's really stupid. It might be
Yes.
What if Nikki writes something different? Is this the book?
Oh.
Is this the book that's been the book you told us about? This book is this Nikki's book? First of all,
Nikki's book. This is
the
Nikki.
one, yeah, the one
Yeah.
that the book you told us about earlier. Is it Nikki?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I connected those dots fine. So, if she writes something, maybe it will come true.
Maybe. Or they'll come because she's being creative, but then she's bait.
Yeah.
Nikki's there. She's like, I don't want to be bait. I don't want these things in here. Hey, Pammy, you told me you protect me.
Write something saying that we're going to be safe. It's all safe. And just keep writing saying you're going to be nice and safe and calm. Write something calm and collected.
Write a nice children's story. But
Talk
not
to-
a dark one, a happy one.
Talk to Agent P and just write a story together and have a nice writing calm time. Me and the bum, as you said, will do what we can.
Okay, so she sort of looks at you and Pammy, and she's like, "Is that really is that what we need to do?"
Absolutely.
Okay, have you got any paper?
I've got loads of paper.
Okay, a fair one. That is what you would have in this basement. She takes pen and paper, and she's like, I write about what I dream at the moment. Like what I've not had anything happy. I'm not happy at the moment. Like
Write
and in
about
this
a story about you and Pam. Something that you want in your future to happen. Something happy. Something joyful.
She takes like a good second, really thinks about it. Like after that conversation, I don't know if that's gonna happen.
It will. It will.
Dora looks at you and then she starts to write. You can't see what she's writing, I'm gonna say, but she just starts to. She starts to write, and about a minute or so passes. However, unfortunately, Brick, you were dead right. The thing upstairs seems to not have come back. It's more interested in the phone, but the one that's outside, hello. No, it doesn't happen. So the one that's outside seems to be like smashing harder and harder and harder on that door, and it splinters, and you can start to see some water trickling in through, and you hear the the tin being wrought away and thrown, and you just hear it clang off against like the pavement stone that you have outside, and it seems that this thing's gonna get through very quickly. Now it's down to bare wood.
We need to run. We need to get to my car. We need to get out.
I'm gonna start unlocking the top door. And pull the gun out and pick up the hand mirror and be like, I'm gonna hold both of these and open doors. And do like the whole Hermione thing, looking around the corners before.
Okay, so as you do, the door creaks open very, very quietly. Stick the mirror out, and the mirror is too small to be able to see the entirety of that. But what you do by looking up and down at it, you actually see this creature sort of hanging upside down from the plaster and the floorboards in the ceiling board, in the kitchen, and sort of quizzically looking at this phone, and as it's ringing and ringing and ringing. Okay, so Scott, the phone stops ringing and there's no answer. And the delivery guy says, "Well, I'm finished up," and he sort of gives you a see you next month. And
thank you. Right. Okay. So like as he's leaving, I'm going to be grabbing the journal. I'll like stuff it on the inside pocket of my jacket. Grab my trusty hockey stick because I don't have a gun, and I'm going to shut up the shop really quickly. Just lock the like the main front entrance. Run to my car, and I am going to be heading to Brett McAllister's house using the route of that shortcut that was described in Nikki's writing.
Okay, so you set off in the rain, and it takes you about 5 minutes to get down to where the turning is, which will take you cut about 5-10 minutes off your journey. And you think about it for a second, and you take the exit. There's no street lamps or anything down here. It is dimly lit by the moon as the clouds sort of go by, and you're driving along, right? And just as you do, you just, it's your choice actually. In the middle of the road, there is a bike tilted over, and you can see the light, and you almost hit it. What do you do?
I'll screech to a halt.
You screech to a halt, and you stop with your headlights just illuminating that scene as the rain starts to trickle down harder and harder and harder on you.
Can I investigate in mystery or act under pressure to see is there signs of blood or something on the road around the bike?
Yeah. Roll me a investigate a mystery. I think it's the best thing to do.
It's 11.
You can ask 3 general questions. I believe your first one pretty much is what happened here.
Yeah.
You can see, you step out of your car, and you're instantly soaked. Your luscious, lovely hair is just dampened and deadened by the rain. Are you taking your hockey stick with you, or?
Oh yeah.
Step out with the hockey stick, and you look over this scene, and you notice that the spokes on the bicycle are ripped in two, as if it looks like something's punched through them. And then there is a long skid mark. Looks as if this bike came to a sudden halt, and the person was flung from it and then skidded down the road by about 5 meters or so.
Okay.
And the rain is very, very heavy, but it looks like there's a small pool of red blood down the end.
Did Agent P give me one of the little mirrors?
She did, yeah.
Okay. Fuck. Does it look like that that skid and that pool of blood is going off to one of the sides?
No, so it sort of skids down the road, and if this is your second question, then you can see there's a distinct... Again, the rain is coming down harder and harder and harder and starting to wash away these tracks, but it looks like something was dragged off into to the side of the...
So, keeping an eye on the direction of that track, I just want to hop back into my car and reposition it so the headlights are shining that way into the direction of the track.
Okay.
The trail.
So you do that, you reverse and you look down, and you now can fully see into the wood line. I'd say you can only see about 30-40 feet or so because of the trees as they get thicker and thicker and thicker. Disperse the light more, but you would have more of an advantage on seeing stuff.
Alright, and then you're looking for a body.
Okay, so if that's your third choice, there's no immediate signs of a body, but you can 100% tell that the drag marks seem to lead further into the forest. In order to find out what's happened here, you're gonna have to go investigate.
Fucking rattlesnakes. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna kill the engine. I'm gonna put it to one side of the road as quickly as I can. Kill the engine. I'm gonna set off into the woods.
Okay, so you set off into the wood, and you're creeping through. You're trying to avoid the brush.
Yeah.
And you follow this trail till you see the leather jacket, or half of the leather jacket, of Bradley McAllister, and it looks like it's been, again, the sleeve has torn off of it, left by the side. And as you go further and further into the wood, find more pieces of this jacket, you find a couple of his belongings. There's like a switchblade there as well. And the switchblade is like covered in like thick purple blood. Or a thick, gooey liquid, which you would ascertain as blood.
Yeah, okay. Stopping at that point, I'm going to pick up that switchblade
Yep.
and I'm going to yell out, just yell his name out.
Okay, so you yell out Bradley,
Yeah.
and for about 20 seconds there is nothing but dead silence and rain. You hear just leaves hitting, and you hear, Scott, is that you?
Fucking running forwards if I can. Like, can I work out which direction that came in? Under
It sounds
pressure
like it's come from deeper in the wood line.
Okay. So I'm going to keep hold of that switchblade, and I'm going to push on.
You run further into the woods, and then you hear off to your left, Scott, help me, Scott!
Okay. I'll turn around.
Turn around.
I'm not going to run in that direction yet. What's my nickname for you?
Scott, it's gonna get me, Scott! Scotty, come get me, Scotty!
What is my nickname for you?
And I'm not gonna do it on screen because I feel like that's gonna be horrible for our listeners, but you just hear a like ear-piercing scream.
I'm gonna. Shit. He would do it. He would. Yeah, Scott would. Ah, shit. No. He's gonna turn. He's gonna head back. Like, head back to the car, but grab part of the torn jacket as well on the way. So I've got the switchblade and the torn jacket,
Okay, cool.
and I'm running back to my car.
Okay, you run back to the car, and as you run, you just hear, Scott! 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 And it's getting, like, quieter and quieter until you can't hear it anymore. And you find your way back to your car.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'm gonna get into the car.
Okay?
No. No, he would go back. He can chuck the torn jacket and the switchblade into the back seats,
Okay.
and the journal, taking that out,
Okay, yep.
putting it back into his car. And putting the car keys underneath the front wheel.
Okay, you turn it off and the lights go out, and it takes a few minutes for your eyes to adjust fully, but
Yeah.
it's going to be harder for you to see in here.
It's worth it. I'll put the keys underneath the wheel arch, and I'll run back to where he was screaming.
Okay, you run back into the wood line. Follow the trail for as long as you think, and then you find the point where you stopped previously. You don't hear any screaming or anything.
I'm gonna hold up the mirror in
Yep.
like in front of me, and like spin 360.
Okay, you do a 360 spin. Do an act under pressure for me.
Okay.
Nice. As you do a 360 spin, you do not see any. You don't see anything like the creature you've seen before. No, things look safe.
I'm gonna try and push to like that left direction, but I'm gonna try and be stealthy. Like I'm gonna keep low to the ground.
Okay, so as you make your way further in, and you do successfully keep, well, to your knowledge, stealthy. Here, coming from behind you now, another ear-piercing scream, and you hear, "Scott, are you coming for me? He's gonna get me, Scott!"
I'm gonna run towards it.
Okay. So you turn around and you run towards, and you burst through one of the tree openings, and you do see Bradley McAllister. He is laying on the floor, but the front half of his body, it's sort of like flat, and then his front part of his body is lifted up. Can't see what's holding him up. Can see like a large amount of blood pouring from his shoulder blade, and he's unconscious. He is unconscious. Roll a act under pressure for me
Okay.
to sort of, well, I don't know, I'd say actually more read a bad situation, because again I don't know how much of this I should reveal to you. I'd rather the dice decide.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think we're being a bit liberal with the Monster of the Week rules here, but it works. Okay, cool. As you
spend luck.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna turn that into a success.
Okay. Well, that definitely just determined the fate of Bradley McAllister. He looks lifeless and dead, but as you sort of take one step forward, you hear a groan, and he sort of tries to lift his hand up to his shoulder, and it just falls again. And very slowly, see the image like appearing. At first, it's like there's film grain surrounding it, and it becomes clearer and clearer and clearer as the creature that you've seen previously in mirror stands above Bradley McAllister with one of his long talons projected through his shoulder blade, holding him up.
I'm gonna run forward, and I'm gonna try and sort of help Bradley and try and I want to kick some ass, but I've also got like this power of the heart move. So when fighting a monster, if you use help someone, I don't roll. I automatically help as though I'd rolled a 10. I'll post that if you want.
So that counts as when you're helping another hunter out.
Okay.
So basically, if you're trying to help someone, for instance, like with the grenade situation, you could have used your power of the heart move there.
Oh,
But you can't help out an NPC because NPCs don't roll technically.
Okay.
If they're taking an action and you want to help out, then I'd say you probably could. But currently, Bradley's sort of like semi-conscious and looks like he's just given up the ghost and died.
If you allow me, then I'd like to try and kick some ass and just
Yeah,
at this thing.
go for it.
So yeah, try and crack it around the head. Good God! Ah!
Oh,
Yeah, that's a failure.
Okay, so this thing is stood above Bradley McAllister, and again stood over him currently, and he rears to full body height. He's about like the size and a half of a full-grown man. He's very tall. And as you start to run towards him, he pulls out the talon, and Bradley just slumps to the floor. And you, almost if you have no control over your own body, are just frozen in place. You don't know if it's by fear or by some other force holding you there, and you hear it's whispering all from around you, and it's multiple voices saying different things, but one of them says, "Die, let him die. This is your Scott." And then you hear, "Scott, help me, Scott! Please, Scott!" And the scene changes from Bradley McAllister being on the floor. He just disappears completely. And it is just you and the monster there. What do you do next?
I've heard that like coming from around me, haven't I? His
Multiple
voice.
direction, yeah.
Fuck it. I knew it. I knew it. I'm gonna try and run back to my car. I'm running away from this thing if I'm able to.
Okay, so roll me an act under pressure to try and break this kind of,
Yeah.
yeah.
When there's a pause and it's like, okay.
Okay. So 11.
So you sort of, as you you blink and you sort of like, you don't slap yourself, but you see Bradley's body starting to disappear. You sort of double take, and as you double take, the monster is now gone. It is not there, and your instinct instantly is to run. So you turn and you start running into the wood line, and you still start hearing that whispering all around you again, like he's dead because of you. Running away again. Why are you leaving, Scott? And you hear Bradley's voice shouting in the background of that. But you successfully do make it back onto the open road and onto the car.
We're grabbing the keys from underneath the wheel arch. I'm getting in, and I'm gonna drive as fast as I can to Mac's house.
Okay. Speed off. Roll me one final act under pressure here.
Okay, that's fair.
Because the monster doesn't want you to escape here. With the kick some ass thing.
Okay. Hey.
As you wheel spin away, you hear like the impact of something on the top of your car, and like what looks like a bullet hole effectively comes through the top of it and pierces into the passenger seat next to you, which makes you like pull wildly to the right, running over Bradley McAllister's bike as you speed off into the distance. And but you don't know if the creature is on your car still or not.
No. Okay. Fuck. Okay. While driving, like, if there's a hard left or right, if there's a hard turn in I need to make, I'm just gonna try and do a handbrake and like try and really kick the car.
Yeah, so roll me a act under pressure again. Number 8. Okay, so as you turn and skid here, it's out of the actual entrance itself. You turn and skid, and you see headlights coming towards you, right? And as you do, you see the claw of this creature appear in its physical form, piercing through still to the side of you, as if it's coming to your plane of existence, trying to grab hold and stay onto this car. But the force of your turn is too much, and you see it just snap off, and the claw falls into the footwell of your car, and you see this creature in your rearview mirror rolling down the back of the road and then disappears into nothing. The claw stays there.
Okay.
And you narrowly, very narrowly, by inches, swerve again and avoid the car of Mac Mickelson's mum coming towards you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Naturally, I don't see her face, but I recognise the car.
Oh yeah, you recognise it. I'm gonna 100% call it and say she rides like a baby pink Chevy or something like that.
Oh,
That seems
wow.
very Mac Mickelson's mum. Yeah.
White roof. Baby
Yeah.
pink.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking like Lady Penelope styley kind of
Shit.
that colour.
She's going to go down the same road that I have just come from, isn't she?
You don't know that.
I don't know that.
You don't know where she's going either.
I'm gonna head back to Mac's house right now. I'm just gonna just floor it.
Okay. So you floor it towards Mac's house. Mac and Agent P, Vicky and Brick. You are currently with the door open. Agent P and Nikki, you're at the bottom of the stairs, I believe, when we left you. Mac, you're looking out towards the creature, which is currently looking over the phone. So that's looking over the phone. And Brick, you're downstairs with Nikki and Agent P. Now, Mac, roll me a... What do you want to do next, actually? I need to know.
I was going to read a bad situation.
Okay, hit me up.
Because it's a bad situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 12.
Okay, so what do you want to ask? You have the questions there.
First of all, what's my best way out?
The best way out is the front door to the house currently, which is about, we're going to say 5 meters from the basement door. And it is the opposite way to where the... So, basement door entrance, this way is off to the kitchen where the monster is, and this way is off to the front of the house.
Cool. What's the best way to protect the victim?
Would be to send her first. I suppose you're all victims, but I just 100% assumed there that the victim is its prey, effectively, Nikki. Would be to send her out first, because the first person who goes probably got the best chance of getting there. Or to create a distraction, potentially, so someone else can escape.
And then... Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
There is currently a car careening its way towards your house, and you could look down, you look down as you're looking down towards the the door to your house. You can see these two bright headlights getting I imagine you've got like a door and it's got that sort of like square paned glass. You can just see a bright light and it's getting closer and closer and closer to the house.
I'm gonna look down the stairs and just look at Agent P in the eyes and be like, point at Nikki behind it and go and say, and like basically point at them both to go. You two. And then I'm going to turn towards the kitchen with the mirror in hand, and I'm going to hold my position there, and if it starts looking at me, I'm going to just keep shooting.
Oh, okay, very cool. So you begin to... Okay, right, I need to canonically get... Okay, roll some, kick some ass.
Yeah.
Rick, you've disappeared into the bottom right corner of the screen.
Oh, yeah. Sinking down.
You are, yeah. I imagine Brick's just slowly slinking into the shadows as to hope to not be noticed. What are you doing, Brick, during all of this?
Can I jinx the monster?
Which one? There are two.
The one in the kitchen.
Yep. How does your jinx spell work?
You can encourage for instance to occur the way you want. When you jinx a target, roll on weird. A 10 plus, hold 2, 7 to 9, hold 1, and miss to keep holds 2 over you. Use a similar way. Spend your hold to interfere with a hunter, giving them -1 forward. Help hunter, give them +1 forward. by interfering with an enemy, interfere with what a monster or minion or bystander is trying to do, inflict one harm on a target due to an accident, the target finds something you left for them, the target loses something you will soon find.
Okay, cool. So I would say, Mac, roll yours first, because the bricks. What brick does can kind of influence what's going to happen there. Oh shit! I've just seen yours pop up on the screen. No amount of help someone had, but does your jinx? Are you able to help him at all?
The most I can do is give him a +1, but that's not going to turn into a success.
No.
I could, if I jinx, I can try and interfere with what the monster is doing.
Yeah, if you want to, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll roll weird. I'll try and jinx the monster. 2, 8.
I keep forgetting I have a -9.
9, mixed success. So I get 1. Yeah, 1.
So what do I get on that?
You don't get anything. It's only on a miss. You
Okay,
get
so
2 to hold over me.
It's not a miss, but it is a mixed success. So
Yeah, there's the move.
nice, well done. So it is so you get to hold 1. So how would you like to spend your hold 1?
I will try to interfere with what the monster will do next.
Okay, I think that saved you there, Mac, because as you go to you hold the mirror up and you hold your gun out and you go to fire it, and as you do, you've got a dud round. It misfires, and you just hear the hammer go forward, and there's a click, and you see in the reflection of the mirror, the monster just looks up, and then starts to crawl with an unnatural speed to the top of the house, and then make its way across the roof toward, and drop down in front of you, literally alien levels of close, basically, and lets out this hiss towards you. But instead of attacking you, you hear whispers in your mind. Now, I'm going to assume that Mac hears voices in his head a lot, telling him about conspiracy theories, but what is Mac's biggest fear?
Oh, God. I think probably not. It's probably quite selfish. It's probably not being something or doing something with his life, but at being that person that everyone told he was going to be when he was growing up, that he was going to be a lazybout and a loser, but he's trying to show that he's not a lazybout and loser, kind of thing.
Okay, so you hear loads of voices in your head, but these are all voices of self-doubt, telling you that you're not going to amount to anything, you're nothing, you're not going to achieve your dreams, things like this. And it makes you, it freezes you on the spot. And on the failure, I'm going to say Brick's jinx has negated this thing's base instinct to kill, and instead it's going to feed. And on your failure, your hand begins to shake as this realization you might not become everything you really believe, and your mum's instilled in you that you're going to be. And you don't feel it, but you just hear the gun hit the floor as you drop it. Cool. Agent P, what are you doing?
I am grabbing Nikki by the hand and I'm going to say, we need to run to the front door. And I'm going to pull her.
Okay. So you make your way up the stairs. You can see Mac frozen as he drops his gun. What do you do?
Oh, shit. I will get my mirror out and see if I can see the thing around.
You hold the mirror up. Do an act under pressure for me.
Under pressure.
Okay, so you hold the mirror up and you see the same scene. You can see the monster hanging down in front, and its claw is sort of held up and is around Mac's head, and it seems to be. It looks as if there's this like very like faint, but it's like this smoky mist coming from Mac and going into itself, full on Dementor stuff, right?
That's what I was gonna say. It's,
Yeah, and like it's going into Mac, and you see this, but Nikki also sees this and begins to freak out. And as she does, she bolts for the door, and you can hear, like there's no subtlety about this like slamming coming from round the side of the house. And it sounds as if something's moving at a very rapid pace round the side of the house.
Oh, for goodness sake. Okay. I'm guessing towards Nikki. Like, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna chase after her then.
Okay, cool. Do you bolt towards Nikki? Brick, what are you doing? You're sort of down in the basement by yourself at this point, and the monster that it was making its way through the rear entrance is no longer going that way. It seems to have run, and you can hear it scurrying off around the side of the house.
I will run up the stairs and try to assist Mac if I can.
Now, you still have your like true sight thing activated, right? So you can see these.
I can see. Yeah. It's just I can see spirits and stuff now. Apparently.
So you see this thing as clear as day, and you again. I need to canonically just remember. One sec. Yes. So you see this creature hanging upside down with a hand extended around Mac's head, with one of the claws. It looks like it's the middle claw is missing. The rest of the talons are still intact, but it looks like it's snapped off effectively and is closing around. And you can see that mist coming from Mac into the creature.
Can I attack the creature then with my hex and my magic?
You can indeed.
So I'll just do. Which one is it? Just inflict harm. So I roll on weird. 6 failure. Oh, that's not good.
Okay, so effects. Basically, a glitch happens. So look, we don't. I don't think we've had many magical failures yet, have we?
This is the first one. I think.
So remember to mark experience. I'm going to say on a failure as a move, this creature is going to take its hand from away from Mac, and Mac is going to basically faint, completely exhausted with. So that's the consequence of the failure here, because again, failures are kind of like they can encompass the whole team effectively. So Mac feels like this. You just feel so drained. You sort of you don't faint, but you drop to your knees, and this creature turns to you, and he's like, you again. And he sort of drops down and flips over, and his full height, he has to crouch over in this corridor, and he seems to be like over you right now. Or different.
Can I speak to this one then? Because this one talks. Apparently.
This one seems to be talking directly to you now, dude.
Yeah. I'll just be like, yes, I'm different to the others. What do you want with Nikki?
The creature. Oh, well, this is hard because you're trying to. You can't. Very hard, very hard, very hard. Okay, roll and manipulate someone because I feel like you're trying, or an act under pressure because it feels like you're trying to interact with this thing and get.
Can I use my sight for that?
Yeah, because it feels like you're trying to get it to answer your questions, not the other way around.
One. In fact, allows me to investigate the mystery and get clues and stuff.
Roll and investigate a mystery instead, then, because it feels like you're trying to talk to this thing and get answers from it rather than it get answers from you.
Okay. Oh, so again, investigate a mystery. Sharp. That's my good one. 10 success.
It it turns around to you and answers your question and says, She's been our sustenance months now. I know what you. And as it says that, it kind of churns into this visage, and the hallway behind you begins to set on fire, and you see the creature itself start to turn into who was your closest member of your family back before your house burnt down to a crisp.
My father.
Turns into your father, man.
Yeah. I get obviously I get upset about that. My dad's there burning again for a second time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
On a success, it doesn't stun you, but this thing, that's how this reacts. It's expecting to feed off you through that image.
yeah. Can I just try and grab Mick and run?
Yeah, roll an act under pressure.
Yeah. Can I do it as a... So I'm not particularly strong. Can I do it as a magic thing and do an inhuman feat?
Yeah, I love all this spooky shit you're doing, man. It's
yeah.
Good.
So I just roll Whiz and try and do an inhuman feat. So I just pick up the fur over my shoulder and run. So I'm not fit. 11.
Nice. So for a second, only a second, this thing freezes you in place, but you realise this isn't real. This thing can't get me. It's not. It's what it wants. And you manage to reach down, and your eyes glaze over, and you pick Mac up, and you start to bolt towards the door. The door that Agent Pammy, has been running towards, following Nikki for the last 2-3 seconds. Nikki manages to burst through the door, and as she does, she is shoulder barged and off the porch by this creature which seems to appear in front of you, and as again it's that sort of film grainy as it comes into existence into your realm. It just shoulder barges her out of the way, and it is now stood the same creature in front of you, Agent P. What do you do?
I would like to shoot it if I can see it.
Okay, roll me a kick some ass.
Some ass. Mm, 7.
Okay, so you let off a entire magazine thing, of which it's you are a very good shot. All of them find their target into the thing's torso. However, you do notice that the creature kind of seems to phase in and out of existence through your shooting, and only 2 or 3 of your shots actually do any physical damage to it. The other shots seem to pass through it. However, it's not quick enough to phase in order to miss all the shots. However, as you're doing that, it stares intently at you, and you feel this. It's like this pain coming from inside, the front bit of your head here, as it's trying to read your memories and your thoughts, and it's trying to ascertain what you're feeling. So, what does Agent P fear the most?
Probably literally what's happening right now. And Nikki, being hurt because of my job and being Mexico all over again. New Mexico all over, yeah, and just failure.
This thing takes a hit to the shoulder, and you see it grab up with its hand with the missing talon, and it sort of starts to whisper and speak at you, and it's know what you've... Alia. And you start seeing images again of Mexico. But you also start seeing images of other locations you've been to. You swear you've been there. But then you don't... They don't seem real. It doesn't seem like it's you in that moment who is there. You start imagining being on a ship. and you are investigating the murder. But you look around, and all of these, the setting is very, very. It's nowhere near like the 80s, like from 100 or so years ago. You then have other memories of being in like continental Europe and stuff like that, and you as an agent haven't done any jobs over in Europe. And this thing, on you trying to remember those memories, starts to like reel backwards, and it looks in the physical pain that you were just in with that headache.
What does it mean?
I don't know. No, it does mean something.
Can I investigate the mystery and try and find out what that means? Because I'm stupid. And I don't know.
You can do, yeah.
What is this? Okay.
Sure.
No.
Oh no.
These images start to flash like quicker and quicker and quicker in your head, and for a moment you can see what this creature is seeing as well. You're seeing through its eyes, but you're also seeing through your eyes as well, and you're looking at it and it's looking at you, and you're sharing these memories of like loads of different horrific events which have happened throughout history. Some of them involving different monsters, some of them involving different murders, some of them involving just normal happy memories. You remember like picnics with people, friends that you that haven't caught up with for like years and years and years and years, that you're just seeing again. And all of a sudden you feel Brick like smash into the back of you, and he picks you up as well and carries you towards the door, and this creature is just backing up further and further and further, and you can see these headlights getting closer and closer and closer. Scott, you can see Brick charging out of the house of Mac Mickelson with Mac over one shoulder and Agent P sort of being bustled out the door as this creature is making its way onto the middle of the lawn, phasing in and out of existence.
Drive straight for the creature.
Okay. You drive straight for the creature. Roll me a... Is this a act under pressure or kick some ass here? What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to hurt it, so probably a kick some ass.
Okay. Go for it.
I mean, okay, big success.
A mixed success. I think that's a very good mixed success. Because as you careen towards it, it sort of like stumbles up, looks at Agent P, then looks at the car just in time to sort of like dart to the left as you skid round into the driveway and garden of Mac, completely ruining Mac's mum's petunias. You spent years growing them, and you careen into this creature, tearing off its left arm. And you see this arm like fly through the air and through the living room window of Mac's house with a big shatter, and it lands poof, on the dining room table. And this creature lets out again another ear splintering scream, and then just evaporates out of existence. Mac, you sort of coming to in like on the porch, and again you're slumped over the back of Brick, who's picked you up, and you look up and you look down the hallway, and as this creature that was behind you starts to fade out of existence, you can see that its arm, where it was before, begins to disappear, and the wound heals over, and it's like this amputated stump, half off, cut off at the elbow, as to where this creature once was, and it just fades from existence. You then, well, what do you do next? What all of you do next? You're now collectively back in the scene together.
I'm going to try and pull my car up to where Brick is sort of carrying the others, and just yell at him to sort of throw them into the back.
Nikki is sort of like down in one of the flower beds, we'll say.
Nikki, get in Scott's car.
Hi, Nicky! Come on!
She sort of gets up and just like makes her way into the back of the car. Yeah.
Where it's just Superman carrying.
Oh,
Yeah.
before she gets into the back
I'll
of the
just like walk
car,
up to the door and just like come in.
like as Nikki's making her way to the back of my car, can I reach into the back seat and grab the journal, and then shove it into my glove compartment?
Yeah, definitely. Like 100%. Like I'm not gonna make you roll for that either.
Cool.
That is, she is way too out of it to notice that.
I'm gonna like coming to and seeing that. I'll be like, what? And I'm gonna try to get off of Brick. Would I have seen the arm smash through the window, or would that have been?
I think it was one of those sort of TV moments that everyone saw. Yes.
I would just seeing it disappear, seeing that the creature disappear.
Yeah.
It's like I want to. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna run back into the house and see if we can see the arm.
Oh yeah, there's an arm on the kitchen table now, and there's like purple blood slowly congealing all over your mum's really nice like tablecloth and like really expensive china.
I'm going to pick up this tablecloth and all the china in a big bag. I'm going to just roll it to one thing and then throw it over my shoulder and run out the door.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. So you managed to do that. Make it out with the arm. As you do, there is a very, very, very bright flash of purple that comes from upstairs.
I'm going to go straight to the car and like, oh shit! Did my mum leave? I don't know. She did. She said she left.
Your mum's gone because I went past her.
Shouldn't we go and check it though? Like, we're not doing too bad. We're not doing too badly.
They might have just gone out of one of the doors on upstairs. Use the door to get out.
So, should we go and check quick?
I'm going to throw the bag into the car.
Okay. Yep.
It's not done up or anything, so if it has china and stuff, it'll probably just smash. But
This arm just appears on the lap of Nikki and Agent P and Brick, who have is sat on the back seat of the car.
and I'm going to close the door,
Mm.
and I'm going to hit the back of the door and say, Scott, get her out of here. They want her.
Mac, get in the fucking car.
And I'm going to run back in again.
Get in the car!
Ooh. Are you trying to convince Mac to
I try
because
and manipulate another hunter.
yeah, I was gonna say there is an actual mechanic for this.
Alright, I am gonna say, get in.
Are we
Okay.
against each other?
So roll your manipulate someone, Scott, because you're trying to convince another hunter. And we'll see what the outcome is. We won't go into all of them. We'll just read the one that.
Okay.
An 8. So on a 7 to a 9, they mark experience if they do what they ask. So you both get 1 experience each, only if Mac decides to do what you're asking him to do.
Thing is, I have something that gives me experience if I do something that someone else told me not to
I know.
And also get a +1 to everything I do on the way to doing that.
I know.
Yeah.
Can Agent P do anything to interact with this situation? Or is it
You can roll a help out for Scott if you want to bump it up, but you can only bump it up to a 9 anyway. So,
I mean, if I'm understanding the mechanics right, Mac can always just not do what I have asked and then
Yep.
attempt his own persuasion on me.
I think once you try to manipulate him, he can't manipulate you to let him do it because you tried to manipulate him. Because it's an active choice for him not to.
Yeah.
I'm just worried that there's someone else in the house.
It was a purple flash.
I know. Double flash could mean they're gone.
I'll come with you. I'll come with you and find out.
Brick steps out of the car.
Yeah.
I'll go to the front door and I'll pick up my gun because I'm sure it's probably laying down.
You're sort of like halfway down the hallway by the kitchen door.
I'll run in, get my gun,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll fuck. I'll I don't know what to do. And if I should go upstairs or I should go back out. I'm just gonna run back out the front door, and I'm going to it's just like I'm just gonna hold the gun up and be like I don't want to.
Are you shitting me?
So are you jumping in the car and going?
And I'll be like, Rick, get in! And then I'll try to do a slide over the bonnet, like I saw on
Starsky and Hutch. I love it.
yeah.
Yep.
My own advice.
And
Okay. Well, both mark and experience, because you did do what Scott tried to convince you to. I feel as though that's fair. And then you, like I say, you careen away. Where are you going, Scott?
That's a very good question. My gut instinct says Brett McAllister's house.
Okay, so we're going to end the session with you careening off to Brett McAllister's house. Well, we're going to end the session for you guys there. We're going to do a little scene after the end of that, which is I don't know. It's very tempting.
do it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. We're doing it. As you make your way to Brett McAllister's house, you go back past the same road where you almost had the crash with Miss Mackelson. However, as you go past that, you see blue flashing lights down the sort of road going into that shortcut. What do you do?
Shit. I'll head over to the blue flashing lights.
Okay.
I'm
So
guessing it's a police car.
Yeah, so you sort of like make your way down the road, probably about 50 meters or so, where you see his name. Who was the deputy called? Connor.
Connor.
Yeah, Connor Lynch is sort of there
But he's come back now. He came back at the same time as the boss.
on the fishing trip. Yeah. So Connor Lynch is down there, and you can see his truck is kind of like his parts across the road, stop any traffic, and you can see another one on the other side. And you can also see on further to that there is Mac's mum's car sort of parked up, and there's a few people milling around this scene. And Connor comes up to you and he's like, "I'm sorry, Scott, you can't come down here. There's been an incident." Oh, hello, Agent P and Rick. How you? Mac, you might want to. I think you need to come with me, Mac, quickly.
Oh God.
What's up?
Scott, I think you need to just I need to talk to Mac first. This is more this is a family matter, I think. Right, Mac, can you come out to the front of the car?
I'll put my gun on the seat
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
as I close the door, and I'll wind the window down and say, "I'll be back. 2 minutes. If not, go to the agency."
Okay, so he sort of like goes around the front of the car with you, and we're gonna do two scenes here. So Mac, you can Connor's there, and he's like, I don't know how to tell you this, Mac, so I'll just tell you straight up. You know Bradley, the McAllister kid? You know Brett's son, and I know you got close to him recently, but seems there was a bit of a, I don't know how to say it. Someone was speeding down here, and it seems to be a hit and run earlier. We can't find the kid, but his bike's all mangled up down there, and I don't want to worry you, but it's not looking good for the kid if his bike's in that state. Now, your mom's down, and as you look up, you can see your mum coming towards you. And now we're going to say for the camera that her face is obscured by the blue flashing lights, but she's shouting something to Connor, and she's shouting, "That's the car! Stop that! Whoever's driving that car, stop that car! That's the one that came speeding out of here!" And Connor looks down at the front of the car and realizes that the front left, kind of like not traffic lights, headlight is actually smashed, and there's a dent on it. And he instantly reaches for his gun and points it at Scott. Scott, you've seen this like kind of conversation happen between Mac and Connor, and then you hear a bit of shouting, and then Connor draws his pistol and holds it towards you, and comes around. He's like, "Get out the car, Scott! Get out the car!"
I'm just gonna mumble to the others. I did not do this. It was the monsters. And I'll get out of the car.
But put your hands on the ground, Scott. Get on the ground. And you lay down in the mud as the rain is coming down. Mac, what are you thinking at this point?
I'm just looking. I'm like looking at trying to like think like the car's damaged. There's like thing, and it's like, and then I'm going up to Connor, and I'm just going to stand in front of him and be like, there has to be some reasonable. Scott, what? Like
Yes,
what?
there is.
Connor just sort of he steps over him and starts putting the handcuffs on Scott, and he's like, "Mac, I think you need to take your mom away from here. This is police business now. Mac, just go deal with your mom. Agent P, can you assist me with this, please?"
Sure. She's gonna get out of the car.
Nikki kind of like grabs your hand as you go to get out, and she's like, "Can't leave me after that. Please don't go."
You can stay with Britt. And you can go with me.
She's sort of like, she's like, "Guess you're really not an accountant then. We need to have a very serious talk about this in your office.
In my office.
Be the only place that's these monsters can get us in your safe house." And then you hear Connor from outside, "Agent P, please, I need some assistance."
Yes. we'll have a talk in my office. If you stay with Brick, I need to deal with this, and I'll get out of the car.
Okay, and finally, Brick. Well, I suppose Mac, you do know. We'll come back to Mac in a second, but Brick, and you've got Nikki sort of sat in the middle seat here. There's like a rather like 2-3 foot, well, probably 2 foot's worth of like monster arm on your lap, which I guess is covered in like a white sheet at this point, but it's got some very like thick, long talons. Like some of them have been like shattered with the impact, but they're still, yeah. And there's weapons in this car. What's Brick doing in this situation?
I will quickly hide like the weapons underneath the seats and stuff, so if anyone just has a quick look in, they're not going to see it. And I'll make sure the monster arm's wrapped up nice and tight, there's no bits like poking out. And then, because I'm a gentleman, I'll take off my suit jacket and wrap it around Nikki.
Oh, that's very sweet. Okay, Mac, what are you doing? Are you going off? Where are you going, to your mum or?
I'm probably in between. Like Connor walked around me to get to Scott and handcuffed him and picked him up and put him on the bonnet or whatever.
Yeah, at this point, he sort of picked up Scott and has took him to his, and he's putting him currently in the back of his truck.
Yeah, I'm going to walk off to Mum and be like, I'm sure they'll find Bradley. It'll be fine. I think Scott has nothing to do with this. I'm sure it's all fine. They'll let the police deal with it. Let Bert and Connor, and I'll help as much as I can. And I'm gonna start walking her back to her car, like out of the way.
Okay. So I think we'll end that scene there. And I suppose we'll fast forward very quickly because I want to have just a little bit of closure on that scene to the next day, the next morning. So the car itself has been taken for evidence. I'm like, how did you guys maybe get that monster arm out of there or out of that scene? It was quite chaotic and stuff, so I suppose you would have been able to, but is there a sort of story-driven reason of how you did it?
Just lob it out.
Well, I would have been distracting my mum.
Mm-hmm.
Probably would have been distracting Connor. The thing.
It's all down to Brick.
It's all down to Brick and his skills of deception.
I'm pretty weird anyway, so people tend not to question these things.
What, that you're walking around with an arm?
Yeah. Just Brick and his monster arm.
Oh god! I will say that because you were hiding the weapons and you did conceal the arm, and you're able to hold on to that bit of evidence. But the weapons and stuff will be with the car now, which seems fair.
Yeah.
As a fair trade-off to that. Yeah, we'll fast forward to the next day, and we'll have. Well, we'll start with Mac and Brick around the breakfast table with and Mac's mum sort of like cooking over at the stove with our back to us, and she's sort of gone into like denial at this point, and she's like, "It's okay, Mac. I'm very sure Brett's gonna find him, and it's all gonna be fine, and we'll all be having dinner together tonight. That's right, isn't it, sweetie?"
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm sure he's just like hanging with his friends. Like maybe he like fell off his bike and just went to his friend's house. Maybe he's maybe it's just a prank. Maybe he's just playing up. He's that age. All kids play up that age.
Well, he must have been running away because he smashed the window at the front of the house. Maybe I don't see how I didn't see him coming back, sweetie. But
He all the china as well, you know. So maybe he's like feasting it. Maybe he's in trouble. Maybe we have like an issue with drugs or something, you know. Like
Oh, not drugs, sweetie. Well, I just wish he'll come back and he'll be safe. He's gonna be safe, right, Mac?
yeah, I'm sure he will be. We'll I'll get on helping Bert and Connor today. I'll go and I'll help. I'll rally some people. We'll do a sweep through the woods. We'll do some stuff.
Okay, and thank you very much as well, Brick. You are helping. You're welcome in my house anytime. No matter what Brett says, you're welcome. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mickelson. We'll do our best.
Cool. And we'll sort of freeze that scene there. We'll jump over to Agent P and oh no, I don't think Agent Q is going to be there. So we'll just have Agent P in the office with Nikki. You've managed to get her into the secret government facility.
Not so secret government.
Not so secret now, I guess. Yeah, that was the trade-off for that kind of role, unfortunately, that she was going to find her way in there into that safe zone. Yeah, so she sat there and she's sort of like, and it's been like you sort of slept at your desk and she slept on the sort of like leather sofa that's in there as well. And you sat there in the morning and you both got a coffee and you're sat like on opposite ends of the room, and she sort of looks up to you and she's like, so is your name really Hammy? Is that who you are?
Yeah.
And not an accountant. What? Do you kill people? Is that what you do? Is this like a...
No, we track down and research paranormal activity. So the point is to not kill people.
And these things are coming from me, right? Or is this my fault, Hammy?
No. What I think Matt realised was that they were attracted to your fear.
Well,
As you were such a creative and imaginative person, they preyed on that and used it to feed off you.
she sighs and takes a long sip of her coffee, and she's like, "Well, I'll do anything to fix this, and anything you need, Pammy, and we'll
Your fault. It's got nothing to do with you.
I will help you in any way I can, and we'll talk about us after this is resolved, okay? I can't deal with that right now."
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll freeze that scene there and leave that. And we'll jump over to Scott. Scott, you find yourself in interview room 2. There are 2 interview rooms in Cooper Landing, and interview room 1 has a leak, so that's why you're in 2. Usually used for storage. There's a few boxes and stuff, and there's a desk in there with 2 chairs, and Connor is stood by the door. The other chair remains unoccupied, and you're sat handcuffed to the desk on the other one. And Connor's like, "Now listen, Scott, I really don't want to believe it's you that did this, but you're going to have to work with us here. You're looking at, if you killed that kid, it's not looking good for you, Scott."
I didn't. I tried to save him.
But again, your car was damaged. Miss Mickelson, she saw you speeding out of there, and his bike doesn't look good, Scott.
I know how it looks. I was speeding to try and get back to Mac and make him aware of what I had discovered.
What are you...
How far did you go into the forest?
They've got people out there all now. We're waiting for some dogs to come down from Sterling to search that area. And again, Mac, I'm on your side here, buddy. I want to believe you, but, the others might... I don't know what happened a few months back with you and those rattlesnakes, and it all got brushed over. And again, I wasn't really that privy to it all, but you've got some connections with this Agent P lady, but she's not gonna help you out of murder, Scott. And even if you didn't mean to do it, it's not. And as he says that, the door goes, and into the room, like an absolute storm, comes Brett McAllister. And he's like, you can see he's red. He's like gritting his teeth, and he says, Connor, get out this room. I need 2 minutes with this boy.
Uh-oh.
And Connor's like, sir, I don't really think you're in the right. Get out, Connor. And he's like, I've really tried to help you, Mac. And I've really tried to help you, Scott. And he leaves. And the door slams behind him. And he puts there's like a blind over the two-way glass, and he puts it down. He sits down. He says, "Oh, I want to believe you haven't killed my boy. Tell me everything." And this best be. Now,
I can't guarantee that.
He looks
But
at you and he says,
I will tell you the hard cold truth. So.
"Okay, so what do you? So we'll freeze that. Oh, I kind of want to know what he says." Oh.
I think that's a good cliffhanger.
I think we'll leave that there. I think we have to leave that there. We will be back and we will resolve that. Have a think between sessions exactly what that discussion was. As a reminder, you know, Brett McAllister knows a little bit about the whole agency thing. He was clued in a bit, but he isn't super privy to it. So, yeah, you've got however long it takes to think about that. Oh wow! Thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed that sesh. That was.
Nice.
Whoa.
I feel like I'm
Thank you.
I couldn't figure anything out.
But it's so hard to figure out when you're like playing it right. But then there's so much stuff that I even like figured out and thought in between sessions. Because like I say, because we improv pretty much all of this, it is quite hard to have your head on and remember yeah, cool. And like I was trying to remember canonically then, like as I think I want to hear Mac's kind of theories as to what this monster.
I got some theories. Well, not many.
Like when the damage was happening to it, and I was trying to work out which version of it would have the damage at which point. I was like, brain. But it's good because, you know, like I say, because you can't improv it, and with the stories as well. Like during the break, because I kind of figured it out, I wrote down like 1, 2, 3, so I knew I could carry on those. But because we improv all of this, I'm sort of like trying to keep track of why did I involve time traveling. But
Brilliant.
yeah.
Travel.
Well, there may or may not be. You know, there's definitely some weird interdimensional shit happening here. Yeah. Cool. So I think we're going to stick around and have a little chat. But thank you to everyone who tuned in. That's really, really cool. I think episode 2 of this will be going up on YouTube. Unfortunately, the auto update thing didn't happen. So the back episode will go up hopefully Wednesday. This episode will probably head up on Wednesday after. And then I will chat with these guys and see what works for all of our schedules. We're, as the world returns to normal, also returning to normality, which schedules get really busy. But I need to know how you guys are going to defeat this thing. So I think you need to know how you're going to defeat this thing, because yeah, I think at the start of the next session we'll have another little brainstorm. Well, actually, I suppose Scott, you ain't going to be there, depending on how it's going to turn out. So, but that's gonna create a really interesting dynamic. But I think we'll get together and we'll sort of as the team and sort of work out what's suggested in the rule book, which is sort of formulate a plan to track something, how you're going to kill it, what its weaknesses are, and we'll really sort of try and lay that down because it might have been a couple of weeks since we played last time. So just to kickstart us, I'll remember to do that next time.
I want to
cool.
find Shelly.
You want to find Shelley? I think everyone wants to find Shelley. I think that's yeah.
If me and Brick tell everyone about Shelley.
Well, that's the other thing as well. Actually, to be fair, it's only you and Britt. You know, trying to like props to you guys. Like, thank you so much because like trying to remember like 3 or 4 different kind of like arcs that I'm trying to weave is very hard. So thank you for remembering like who knows what, and it is actually very hard to keep track of. I feel as though I'm going to end up with some Mac Mickelson like board with red string everywhere in my room. But okay, cool. Right, I'm going to end the stream here because I need to go get some dinner and chill out for a bit. But we will see all you guys hopefully in the next week or 2, and I will see you on Tuesday next at 8 p.m. for some Tarkov maybe. So catch you in a bit. Bye.